I ain't said nothing. What up, Smarter? What up, Daniel? Nope, I ain't said nothing. I be on the other side setting up when I start my live, so I don't be saying nothing. I don't say nothing. Hold on, let me run this shit in the background. What's happening with y'all? Okay, I'm back. It's you know what? I'm such a creature of habit. This little me, whatever, in a little corner like this. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I want to make it bigger. People, 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 people will be people. Honey. So it's a lot going on. As for you know what, every day is a lot going on. Now they found the truck. Ain't that something? And this is what I don't know. I don't quite understand this, right? So the cops called me. Said we found the truck, said where they found it at, and what have you, right? And I thought it was gone forever. You understand what I'm saying? So I was like, well, um, maybe in a couple months or whatever, I'll just get up and go look for another one, whatever, right? Maybe I won't, right? But anyway, so I so they told me, said you got to go. They said it's not safe for me to drive because of the I don't know the I guess the way however I don't know. But it says it's not safe for me to drive, and but I needed to. So they're gonna have it towed um to the to the place, right? And so they said I have to come down there and get it uh, released, send it to wherever I want it fixed or whatever. No, no, wherever I send it, they said call them, so to call the insurance company so they can send the adjuster. Okay, I was planning on doing all of that on Monday. Also, the particulars of how they found it, where they found it, and so on and so forth, right, would be also in um in the they popped in that. Oh, okay. in the paperwork, right? So because of course, I need the paperwork. I want to know what the hell went on, right? So, um, but it told me that I had to do all of that. Now, the cops called me and told me that I had to do all of that for the adjuster to come out and all this, and whatever. A nice, neat timeline. We love timelines, okay? Us advanced degree people, you really have to have an advanced degree people. Anything dealing with research and whatever, we got to have a timeline, okay? And so the cop left it to me, right? Then I get a call from the insurance company. She's saying she told me, she got a call from the cops, and they told her that they had located the car. I said, I ain't know all this goes on about no missing car, but missing person, yeah, missing car, and all this goes on. But let me tell you, let me finish telling you, right? So she calls and says that the cops called her and said that they located the car and whatever. I said, oh, she said, I was wondering, did they call you? I was like, yeah. And would you say smarter? And so she says, um, she said, well, can you give me, she said, well, did they give you the information of where the car is, the information about where the car took? I said, yeah. She said, well, can you give me the information? I'm like, sure. And so I gave her the information where the car's towed to and what have you, right? So I get so the people who have the Geico app on the phone says, hey, they have a what is it? An estimate on how much it'll cost to fix the car. I'm like, huh? Wait a minute. I'm like, what you mean? What you mean? What you talking about, Willie? Well, how they have an adjustment? I mean an estimate. What are you talking about? Apparently, and I don't know this, but I don't have the it ain't my bill, so I don't have no motherfucking what you call the thing, no app on the phone and all of that. I don't need all of that because they ain't got nothing to do with me. That's why I'm saying jump up and down on the right people. When you and this, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't know nothing about it. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? Now all this, okay. What time do people call me? Hold on. What time do people call? I will tell you what time all this started. Okay, when the cops called. The cops called at 9 something this morning. Is that right? Then he called back, and then the insurance lady called at 11 something. Now, I don't know. And on they have they got the adjuster and some other person, the claims person, information up there. But I was gonna go do all of this on Monday. Now, what do they want me to do now? Do I still got to go somewhere? Because I have to plan my days, right? All this in daytime shit. Well, I don't like living like this and clocking in and shit. I don't like doing all this. Um, I'm only child. I'm spoiled. Yep, that's right. So, I'm just tripping. But seriously, it has already been done. What you talking about, Willis? So, if anybody would like to weigh in and tell me, is that how it's normally done? I would love to hear it. Because I'm getting confused about a lot of shit that's going on in America. I'm blaming on Trump. Shit. Yeah, but somebody, I'm telling you, them people told me. And now here's the thing, right? If the insurance lady that worked to the insurance company calling me, telling me the same process and procedure, how the hell she didn't know that the adjuster and all the motherfuckers gonna be down there that went on and took care of it? How she ain't know it? I feel like I'm living a fucking Twilight Zone with some of this shit. How she ain't know? Well, they said they stole your car before, and oh man, yeah, and they had me feeling like I stole my own car. Yeah, listen. I tell you not a word of a lie. And as a matter of fact, you know how we do, figure some shit out. I want to know. Oh, come telling me they already got a what's the name? Yeah, because I'm like, okay, I'm having casual conversations about the car. They already got it. What's the name? What? Do you pay for a caviar service? What is going on? Huh? I'm interested to know what is my next steps. What do I have to do? I swear for God, I ain't lying to you. I am not lying to you. I need to plan my damn day. Mm-mm. Yeah, that's crazy. Like shit like that. It don't make no sense to me, right? But yeah, it has already been figured out. As a matter of fact, hold on. Mm-mm. But that's crazy. That is crazy. Smarter. So did they get it all done in one day? Like, Because the next thing they're gonna tell me it's fixed. Wait a minute. We're talking about. We're talking about Willis. We're talking about Willis. You want to tell me we're talking about? We're talking about Willis. We're talking about. Hmm? Because I'm relaying what they telling me to another party. Like I say, I ain't gonna do this. Hmm? I ain't gonna do this. Mm-mm. Y'all, ladies, make your jumping up and down count, honey. Make it count. Make sure you jump right now, baby. Happy horn. Make sure you jump right, sweetie. You got to do it. None of this. Shit. I'm the innocent bystander. What? What? Okay. I relate a message. I ain't got it. You know, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. When I can't keep it 100, I'm gonna keep it 99. Just tell you the honest God truth. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. This ain't nothing, something I take care of. I don't know about this. Huh? Shit. What to do now? You know, before I went live, I should have made sure I called them people to figure out what to do next. Shit, ain't the day Friday? Hell, they took car out of the tow. Is it total? No, it's not total. But what I'm saying is, the police told me what I had to go down there to sign it out and do all this shit. The insurance lady called me and told me the same fucking procedure that I got to go sign it out and then send it to the place where I want it fixed, and they're gonna send the adjuster there or something like that. But they're gonna send the adjuster after I do whatever. What are you talking about? He done already come. Shit. So y'all playing with me. Don't play with me, cause you know what I do. You know what the fuck I do. Hold on. Don't play with me.
Are you calling today about that claim?
Yes. Yes, sir. No customer service. No, I'm on the line calling. No, no, they ain't closed. You stupid. You stupid. Hold on, y'all. I'm not. You so stupid. They open. They open food. Ooh. Ah, ah. they said that I couldn't drive it because they said that something happened to how they. But it's a push to start though. No. Mm, mm. Wait a minute. I don't. Customer service. I don't. No, I'm on a. You hit me on the other line calling these people. I got to because see, I need to know because I need to know because lady customer service shit. I need to know because if there is a um if they may charge every day, shit, I don't know. But see, my dumb ass will go in 2 weeks. Yeah, you're doing good. I love you too. Shut up, boo. I let me go. Let me go with your crazy ass. That's why I'm calling. That's why I'm calling. Hey, because listen here, it ain't my bill, but I don't, believe in creating bills for others. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nice person. You stupid. Yeah, what oh shit, you so stupid. Oh God. That's what I'm saying. I want to figure out. Wait a minute, I got to ask. I forgot to ask that. Hold on, y'all. Y'all have to give me a minute because I don't believe in running up no bills for nobody. I don't believe in doing that. Nah, shit. You know, you gonna do the payday loan? You gonna have me pee on myself? You so stupid. I'm literally crying. You so damn stupid. Oh shit, that's what I got to figure this out because I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who gonna have to pay for all? Hold on, because I don't know shit. Because me, I'm laying around leisurely. I'm like, okay, I go get it Monday or Tuesday. Mm-mm. But that's what I thought that I was going to do. I said, okay, well, I'll try to get done Monday, right? And then, just have it, like they told me to do, have it told to wherever I want it fixed. No, they say, no, I think they told me to tow it to my house and then adjust to come and then I can send it to wherever I want it fixed. I think that's what they told me. But not, no, nonetheless, who done went down there already? Oh, shit. You so damn silly. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they got to do the key fob, right? Okay. No, yeah, because I mean, me now. You know me. I will lay around and I go get it Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm drinking cans of ginger ale. I know. Why you stupid? Oh shit. Oh shit. Why you stupid? Okay. Boy, you so goddamn stupid. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm glad. I thought about. Wait a minute. Hold on. Do I got to? Well, no, I ain't paying for shit. But I ain't that type of person that run up no bills and shit. Yeah, they found it today. They charge you on Saturday and Sunday. Oh, I ain't know that. I didn't know. Shit. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, well I gotta yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna start live in a few minutes. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm starting live in a few minutes. I'm sorry, Twitter. I'm gonna start live in a few seconds. I gotta figure this out real quick. You know I'm unprofessional as hell. Don't worry about it. Yes, honey. I didn't know. I didn't know. Shit. I thought that would. Now, why wouldn't? Why? I mean, the people charge you on Saturday and Sunday. That's a damn shame. I might have to go tomorrow. Yeah. Damn. I mean, I need to listen. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Um. Oh shit. Hey, let me call you right back. I'm gonna call the car people while I'm on the phone. All right. Okay. All right, baby. Bye. Oh my God. You talking about a damn fool. That's a damn fool, honey. 100% food. Ooh, I almost said something. Hold on, y'all. Let me is that the right number? Hmm. Shit, I wrote down the wrong number. Shit, I'm just leisurely with this shit. I wrote down the wrong towing number. Lord have mercy, my dumb ass. This ain't, I don't have none of this. Yeah, fuck this. This ain't what I do. Yeah, I'm good for nothing, honey. Oh shit, what's the name of the, um, oh yeah, I'm good for nothing, sweetie. Hey, you around? Hey, can you send me that thing from the app about the truck? Yeah. Is it a is it in a like in a PDF, or you know how to send it? Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye. Y'all, baby. Yeah, I'm sorry, baby. Give me a second. I gotta find about this and change. Hold on. Mm. Hello? Hey, I am calling with regards to a truck that was told to, I guess, told by you guys, or something like that. It was stolen. I guess you work with the cops. And okay, I'm trying to figure out how they told me to come down to you guys, call you guys, come down there, get the car released and all this and whatever. And and what I'm showing is that adjuster has already come and did an estimate and everything to on the car. I want to know, um, like, what's my next step? Is the car still with you? Okay, charged every day. Okay. Yeah. You know how much it is? Okay. Oh, that ain't much. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. All right, bye-bye. Okay. On Monday, that's what time y'all open. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Bye bye. All right, y'all. Problem solved. That ain't that much. Damn, $100. That ain't that much. I go on Monday. Monday, Tuesday. I got time. Yeah, I got shit to do. Oh, let me call the school back. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm unprofessional as hell. I'm gonna get started. Just give me a minute. Yes, sir. I saw the number. I wrote down the wrong number and everything. I'm just all leisure with it. I'm just all leisure with it. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, I got it. I got it. No, I got it. So I'm gonna go Monday. It ain't that much. I'm gonna go Monday. Yeah, I talked to the the people, and they said um I still have to physically come down there and get it released. You know, yeah. So I'm good. I'm glad I thought about it, and you heard me talking about, yeah, you a damn fool, huh? Mm-hmm. All right. All right, I'm off mute. Okay. Oh shit, the shit done turned blue. Okay, so let me get on the Gene Hackman, baby. Crisis of what bitch is alive. Hell should be going down. It should be going down in my life. I be having a good ass time, honey. I'm always laughing and grinning about some shit. It can be a whole disaster. I'm somewhere laughing and damn grinning. That's what I do. That is what I do. I had to find out about the damn shit. Hey, okay. So, anyway, okay, so one of the stories that we were following was Gene Hackman, right? And I put Gene Hackman on the record because it's some shit going on with that, right? You see sheriffs out there speaking with regards to his death and whatever because it was kind of suspicious, right? Now he's 95 and he could have died of natural causes. I don't know. I'll be reviewing this with y'all, so I'm not sure. But they did a press conference today. But prior to that, um, one of the morning shows spoke on it. So we're going to run that and then I'm going to run the press conference. Give me a moment. Baby, I'm a good girl. I don't create no bills for nobody. Mm-mm. I wanted to use the other service that I used yesterday, but when I was sharing the screen, it was popping and making all kind of noises. Like, and I don't know if y'all heard that on y'all. I'll go back and listen to it because if it was just going on my side, I can handle it, but I don't want it to interfere on y'all side. Oh, this is Friday. Is this Friday? Yeah. I might hang out with y'all for a moment. All this daytime shit, like all this.
9 days after legendary actor Gene Hackman, his wife Betsy Arakawa, and one of their dogs were found dead in their 9,000 square foot Santa Fe home, potential answers into their puzzling deaths. A press conference set for this afternoon with updates on the investigation, and with the medical examiner's office set to join for the first time, an indication that more information about both the timeline and the causes of death may be released.
As soon as someone dies, the clock starts. And unfortunately, that clock is decomposition.
As of now, authorities have not specified what caused 95-year-old Hackman and his 65-year-old wife to die.
Now, 10 days is a long time. As the body decomposes, you have to think about other things deteriorating, like medications, toxins.
The mystery, like out of one of Hackman's own movies, captivating the country.
Dude, this Gene Hackman story is so crazy.
The couple was found late last month by a maintenance worker who called 911 after discovering the bodies.
Are they moving at all?
No, dude, they're not moving. Just send somebody out here really quick.
According to officials, Hackman was found collapsed in a mudroom, his pacemaker indicating he may have already been dead for nearly 10 days. His wife found in a bathroom with an open prescription pill bottle on the counter, along with scattered pills.
It seems like we're doing a reverse timeline. We're doing a timeline from the time of death and the autopsy and the results, and we're going to start working our way backwards.
Officials calling the death suspicious while saying there were no signs of foul play, and that an initial autopsy, along with an extensive investigation of the home, has all but ruled out carbon monoxide poisoning.
If there would have been a gas leak, I think we would have still found it.
This morning, questions also remain about the couple's dog that died, originally identified by authorities as a German Shepherd, but now believed to be their 12-year-old Australian Kelpie mix, Xena.
Now, of course, the biggest question here is the cause or causes of death. We know that authorities had said that it could take weeks for toxicology results to be released. We don't know if they've now expedited that, and we're going to get those results today. But the mere fact that they have announced this press conference is happening with multiple agencies, the fire, the sheriff's department, the health department, and the medical examiner's office certainly suggests they now have some information that they may be ready to share.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Okay, so we have Sheriff Adan Mendoza. Give you a 2-minute warning. They'll be coming in out right on time. Did you all want me to give the names, or did everybody get these?
Give the names, please.
Okay, so we have Sheriff Adan Mendoza. That's ADANMENDOZA. With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, we've got Dr. Heather Jarrell, Chief Medical Investigator with the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator. That's HeATHER JARRELL. And we have Dr. Aaron Phipps with the New Mexico State Veterinarian with the New Mexico Department of Health. That's ERINPHIPPS. And they'll be out shortly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sheriff Adan Mendoza, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. With me today is Dr. Heather Jarrell, Chief Medical Investigator for the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator. Dr. Aaron Phipps, New Mexico State Public Health Veterinarian, New Mexico Department of Health, and also Chief Bryant Moya, Santa Fe City Fire Department. This investigation started on February 26th with the discovery of Mr. Hackman and Miss Arakawa and their dog at the residence. I just want to do a short recap and then touch on some new information. As we know, both individuals tested negative for carbon monoxide. City Fire conducted tests and deemed scene safe for deputies to conduct their investigation. The preliminary pacemaker interrogation results were released last week, and I'll let Dr. Jarrell touch more specifically on those results. The gas company New Mexico, they also did an analysis of the residence, and they found one minor leak in a single burner on the kitchen stove, which was 0.33% of room air, which was pretty minute and insignificant. Since that time, Xena, the deceased dog, has been taken for necropsy at the Veterinary Diagnostic Services, and we'll be awaiting those results. Let's speak a little bit in reference to the timeline for Betsy Arakawa. We know from our investigation that on February 9th, 2025, she picked up Xena from Gruta Veterinary Hospital. There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence. Let's move on to February 11th, 2025. Mrs. Arakawa had an email conversation with her massage therapist at about 11:21 a.m. Moving on into the afternoon, Ms. Arakawa was at the Sprouts Farmers Market between 3:30 and 4:15 p.m. Ms. Arakawa was seen on surveillance video at the CVS pharmacy in Santa Fe from 4:12 to 4:20 p.m. She then stopped at a local pet food store at about 4:54 p.m. Her car was seen on surveillance and the remote control clicker that is assigned to her and her vehicle was used to enter the subdivision to gain access to the gated community at 5:15 p.m. Numerous emails were unopened on her computer on February 11th. There was no additional outgoing communication from her or known activity after February 11th, 2025. The cell phone information and the cell phone data is pending. We're working with state police to get the information from those phones, but our investigation shows that all the last known communication and activity from Ms. Arakawa was on February 11th. I'm going to go ahead and turn over the podium to Dr. Gerald. I would ask that everybody refrain from asking questions until everybody has provided their statements. I'll step up to the podium and then we'll go ahead and field questions from the media. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm Dr. Heather Gerald, the Chief Medical Examiner for New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator. I'd like to begin by stating that it is unprecedented for the Office of the Medical Investigator to make public statements about death investigations. However, the circumstances surrounding these two deaths require accurate dissemination of important information. I've also spoken with the Hackman family prior to this conference, who are aware of the autopsy findings and conclusions and are aware of this conference. On Thursday, February 27th, I performed an autopsy on Mr. Gene Hackman. Medical examiner Dr. Daniel Gallego at the Office of the Medical Investigator performed a full autopsy on Miss Betsy Arakawa Hackman. Also on Thursday, February 27th. By report, Miss Arakawa Hackman's legal name is Betsy Hackman, which is how she will be referred to hereafter. The cause of death for Miss Betsy Hackman, aged 65 years, is hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. The manner of death is natural. Autopsy examination and full body postmortem CT demonstrated no findings of trauma internally or externally, with microscopic findings consistent with hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. Laboratory testing was positive for hantavirus at a clinical lab, with required confirmation testing positive at Scientific Laboratories Division. Testing for COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. There were no other significant natural disease findings. Pills present on scene were thyroid medication, which were being taken as prescribed and is not currently a concern for a contributory cause of death. The cause of death for Mr. Gene Hackman, aged 95 years, is hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, with Alzheimer's disease as a significant contributory factor. Autopsy examination and a full body postmortem CT examination demonstrated no acute findings of internal or external trauma and showed severe heart disease, including multiple surgical procedures involving the heart, evidence of prior heart attacks, and severe changes of the kidneys due to chronic high blood pressure. Examination of the brain showed advanced Alzheimer's disease, as well as blood vessel changes in the brain secondary to chronic high blood pressure. Laboratory testing performed at Scientific Laboratories Division was negative for COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses. Testing for hantavirus was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. Additionally, there were no autopsy findings concerning for hantavirus infection. I have been asked when death occurred for these individuals. There is no reliable scientific method to accurately determine the exact time or date of death. Mr. Hackman's initial pacemaker data revealed cardiac activity on February 17th, with subsequent pacemaker interrogation demonstrating an abnormal rhythm of atrial fibrillation on February 18th, which was the last record of heart activity. Based on this information, it is reasonable to conclude that Mr. Hackman probably died around February 18th. Based on the circumstances, it is reasonable to conclude that Ms. Hackman passed away first, with February 11th being the last time that she was known to be alive. Lastly, clinically, hantavirus infection is characterized by flu-like symptoms consisting of fever, muscle aches, cough, sometimes vomiting and diarrhea that can progress to shortness of breath and cardiac or heart failure and lung failure. This occurs after a 1 to 8 week exposure to excrement from a primarily particular mouse species that carries hantavirus. The mortality of hantavirus, the mortality rate of the hantavirus strain in the Southwest is about 38 to 50%. The hantavirus strains in the United States are not transmissible from person to person. And so this is an appropriate time to segue to Dr. Aaron Phipps, the state public health veterinarian with the New Mexico Department of Health. But before I do so, I'd like to kindly ask for everyone to please respect the privacy that Mr. Gene Hackman, Miss Betsy Hackman, and their family and friends deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gerald. I will now provide additional information about hantaviruses in New Mexico. There are many different types of hantaviruses found worldwide. These viruses are zoonotic, meaning they are transmitted from animals to humans. Hantaviruses are carried by rodents. The hantavirus found in New Mexico, the Sin Nombre virus, is found throughout the state, primarily in deer mice, but in other rodents as well. Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is a rare disease caused by hantaviruses, but a small number of human infections are found every year in New Mexico. Over the past 5 years, New Mexico has confirmed between 1 and 7 hantavirus infections in humans each year. Through the end of 2024, we have identified 136 infections over the past 50 years in New Mexico residents, 5 of these in Santa Fe County. This is a serious disease. 42% of these infections here in New Mexico were fatal. Most transmission occurs around the patient's residence or workplace, and the New Mexico Department of Health typically conducts an environmental investigation at the residence of all hantavirus cases in our jurisdiction. This can help identify specific areas that may pose higher risk, providing insight into where transmission may have occurred and how to prevent future infections. On March 5th, the New Mexico Department of Health staff conducted a risk assessment of the property, including the main residence, as well as other structures on the property. This was critically important to address concerns about health risks to first responders, as well as to inform any prevention measures needed to protect the family and other individuals entering the property in the future. We assessed the risk of exposure in the primary residence as low, similar to other well-maintained houses in New Mexico. We did identify signs of rodent entry in other structures on the property and provided information and resources about reducing the risk of hantavirus transmission related to those areas. Hantavirus can be transmitted to people through rodent urine, droppings, or saliva, so it is important to take special steps when cleaning up after rodents. Avoiding contact with or breathing in aerosolized rodent urine or feces, especially in a poorly ventilated area, is key. Detailed guidance can be found on the New Mexico Department of Health and the CDC websites, but I will provide a very brief summary now. It is important to use gloves and a well-fitting N95 mask when around or cleaning rodent-infested areas, and to open any windows or doors for at least 30 minutes beforehand to increase ventilation. Spray the area thoroughly with a 10% bleach solution or a commercial disinfectant. Let it sit for 5 minutes. Next, clean the area with paper towels, then throw them away in a covered garbage can that is regularly emptied. Before removing gloves, wash your gloved hands with soap and water or with a disinfectant, and then after removing gloves, wash your hands again with soap and water. It's important to never sweep up or vacuum mouse droppings, since this can spread particles up into the air. Since hantavirus is found throughout New Mexico, awareness of these risks and how to reduce them is important for all New Mexicans. The New Mexico Department of Health extends our deepest condolences to the families and friends during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that'll conclude the statements for today. We will go ahead and take questions. I ask that there be one question per agency, and please state who you're directing the question to, as there's several individuals here at this conference. Sir.
Sure. Just to clarify the timeline here, does this mean Gene Hackman was likely home with his deceased wife for a week before he passed away himself?
Yes, I would assume that is the case.
Do you believe, given his Alzheimer's status, that Mr. Hackman was able to live on his own and survive for those 7 days?
I think that's more a question, maybe for Dr. Durrell.
Just to repeat so that everyone could hear, the question was, do we believe that Mr. Hackman was able to live on his own and survive? The answer to that question is that Mr. Hackman showed evidence of advanced Alzheimer's disease. I'm not aware of what his normal daily functioning capability was. He was in a very poor state of health. He had significant heart disease, and I think ultimately that is what resulted in his death. I was able to look at fluid to determine if he was dehydrated, and I did not see evidence of dehydration. I did see evidence of very poor kidney function, and I think he died as a result of his heart disease and with Alzheimer's being that contributing factor.
What about starvation?
The question was, what about starvation? So there was no food in his stomach, which means he had not eaten recently, but he had also no evidence of dehydration.
So based on your understanding of the progression of the Alzheimer's, do you believe that he was possibly not aware that his wife had died, or did he know what to do in that situation?
It's difficult to answer. The question was he aware that Ms. Hackman had died? And I think that question is difficult to answer, but I can tell you that he was in an advanced state of Alzheimer's, and it's quite possible that he was not aware that she was deceased.
This is for the sheriff. Considering the circumstances under which Mr. Hackman was found in the mudroom with his walking cane and sunglasses by him, do you think there is a possibility that he was trying to get help for his wife?
That's hard to answer. Again, it's hard to get into the frame of mind of what was happening at the time. And I don't know if we'll ever have the answer to that question, whether he was going to go for help or he wasn't. Sir.
Are there any other big questions that you're trying to answer? I mean, does this answer the biggest questions you had about their death in this case? Is there anything else that you're really seeking?
Yeah, so the question is there any other big questions that are left? I think a lot of questions were answered here today. I think there was, Dr. Durrell went over the cause of death, and I think a lot of those questions are answered. I think the timeline that we've been given as far as the pacemaker results and the history and evidence that we found as far as the timeline of Miss Arakawa, I think a lot of the questions have been answered. We are waiting on the cell phones, but I would very unlikely that the cell phones are going to or show anything else. Another question?
Sure. Are there any signs of, like, what have you learned about Mr. Hackman's communication after February 11th? Did you talk to any friends of his who had spoken with him during that week-long period, or know anything about what he was doing?
So the question is whether there was any communication from Mr. Hackman or activity, and no, at this point, no. I don't know if he used cell phones or technology or emails. There's no indication of that. So right now there is no activity from Mr. Hackman.
Sheriff, do you know if his pacemaker was connected to some sort of monitoring system? Does anyone take off that something was wrong?
The question was his pacemaker connected to a monitoring service? The answer to that is that his physician, one of his physicians, had contacted me and told me that they could see the data from the 17th, but that to really get the most information from that would come from the interrogation of the pacemaker. And that's as much as I can answer, not being a cardiologist.
But they didn't say whether or not they were monitoring, or was his pacemaker equipped to send back data in the exact time so that someone could say, hey, something's not right.
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Sheriff,
sir.
Was there any footage that came from the body cam from the house?
I'm sorry, what was
there any footage or anything that you can see from, like, body cam footage from the house? Any
Are you talking about the body cams that the investigator, the responding personnel were wearing?
Video? Is there any video?
No. So there was no outside surveillance or interior surveillance that we are aware of in the residence. So there was nothing to show the activity inside or outside the residence, and not at this time, no.
Dr. Terrell, you mentioned that one of the symptoms of hantavirus is shortness of breath. We learned before that Betsy Hackman was laying on the floor when she was found. What kind of medical episode would she have had to cause her to fall and then not be able to ask for help?
The question was regarding shortness of breath with hantavirus, and what kind of medical episode would we expect from somebody found on the floor? And I think to be able to answer that question fairly, it can go back to hantavirus infection, which initiates with what's called a prodromal phase. That's initially flu-like symptoms where a person has fever and muscle aches, that they don't feel well. After, of course, being exposed to rodent excrement. And that phase can last roughly 3 to 6 days. And then they can transition to that pulmonary phase where they have fluid in their lungs and around their lungs. And at that point, a person can die very quickly, within 24 to 48 hours, roughly speaking, without medical treatment. It's not uncommon to find someone down on the floor as part of a terminal collapse, so to speak, and that may very well have been what happened to Ms. Hackman.
You're estimating her time of death on the 11th, or is it possible that she collapsed and was alive for a couple of days?
It's hard to say. I don't think she was on the floor alive for a couple of days. I think that she went through that time period, and I don't know when she began to feel ill. And those are just things that I don't know that I'm ever going to have the answers to. But I think, and going back to that initial time period, roughly 3 to 6 days of feeling ill and then succumbing pretty quickly after fluid begins to build up in the lungs.
Given the dog was created, is it fair to assume that the dog died from dehydration or starvation?
I don't think we know the answer to that. However, given the timelines presented, it is a possibility.
Is it possible the dog had the hantavirus?
Dogs do not get sick from hantavirus.
Sure.
You mentioned that you hadn't went to a pharmacy. You know, if she consulted with a pharmacist or what medication she might have thought out.
The question was if we knew on Betsy's visit to the pharmacy if there was some medication or if she consulted with a pharmacist. We don't have that information, and I'm not sure that we can get that information due to HIPAA laws, but we don't have that information right now. Sir.
Why did it take that long for someone to come in? Do you know the circumstances? Did anyone know about this?
At this point, there's no indication that there was a caretaker at the home.
Okay. With the footage that you saw of Betsy on February 11th, was there any indication that she was feeling shortness of breath or having trouble moving around while she was running these errands?
You know, we can analyze the video a little more, but it's going to be hard to tell. She was walking around, she was shopping, she was visiting stores, but my detectives didn't indicate that there was any problem with her or struggle of her getting around. So, and I believe she had a mask on also. So I'll have to confirm that. But yeah, that there wasn't any indication of that. Sasha.
Well, I don't know if you could better answer it, but when was the last time you guys dealt with a hantavirus cases or responded to them?
Yeah, the question was last time the city of Santa Fe or the county dealt with a hantavirus case. I think we're gonna have to look into that. I'll get back to you. I would have to do some data before we pull that.
Have you had any communication with the CDC? Is there a concern about a bigger public health issue here when it comes to hantavirus?
The CDC is aware of this case. Hantavirus is a notifiable condition nationally. All hantavirus cases are notified to them. This is not an unusual case. We get cases every year, unfortunately. So we're not seeing any indications of any abnormal or unusual patterns.
Dr. Darrell?
We'll go ahead and take two more questions, and then we'll wrap this up. Is there anybody that hasn't asked a question yet? Sir. Again, we're going through some of the communications, and I think the cell phones may have some indications of that prior to the 11th. But as of this moment, I don't have any information that she was indicating that she was feeling ill during any communication. One more question.
Since there's no sense that this is criminal in nature, are you closing this investigation? Are you still going to be releasing body camera footage from the deputies that entered the house? What happens next?
So we will deal with IPRA requests as necessary. If there's body camera or any request for public information, we will be releasing that because of the law. But yeah. We consider this an open investigation until we close the loopholes of the cell phones, until we finish out the necropsy results of the canine and other loose ends that we need to tie up. But I think we're pretty close to the timeline and with the information that Dr. Jarrell provided.
One question on the heart disease: is it fair to describe this as a heart attack, or is that not an accurate term for the heart disease that he suffered?
The question was, is it fair to conclude that Mr. Hackman died from a heart attack? And the answer to that is that it's a little bit difficult to say. I saw no microscopic evidence of a recent heart attack. However, those changes can also take some time to develop, several hours to develop so that I can see it under the microscope. He could have had an abnormal heart rhythm. We already know that he was in atrial fibrillation on the 18th, and that could have evolved into a more terminal heart rhythm.
Is heart failure an okay way to describe it? Use that terminology.
The question was, did Mr. Hackman have heart failure? Oftentimes we see fluid around the lungs and heart failure and congestion of the liver. I did not see that in his case, but he had very poor heart or very extensive heart disease. And so he would have been predisposed to abnormal heart rhythms, and hence he had a pacemaker as well.
Thank you, everybody. That'll conclude the press conference for today. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I'm up there now. Um, yeah, that was pretty sad. And they're putting it together, the timelines, using both, their estimation of when they were found, but also things such as emails and camera, video footage of their last known movements, phone calls, things of that nature, right? To me, that's just in my opinion, and the dog is dead too, whatever. It can, um, it it's me, it's just my opinion, right? I think that they need to do more study when it comes to like environmental conditions, right? To see if there could possibly be something that's going around, or there's something in that home or whatever. Of course, they look at carbon monoxide, they look at um, mold and things of that nature. They'll test for those type of things or what have you, right? Because when you have deaths that occurred, such as how we, we're looking at. We got a dog, we got a male and a female, right? And it doesn't seem to be any foul play. And they've apparently ran testing with regards to, illnesses, and of course you have your previously known illnesses and things of that nature. The next obvious um, examinations should be of the environment. It's just in my opinion, right? Because believe it or not, there are a lot of environmental health hazards that may or may not be known. That's the scary thing about it, right? There are environmental health hazards that may not be known yet to you or to you know the 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 places like the CDC and things of that nature, right? That's what I'm trying to get out. I'm actually focusing on something else, but yeah, because I find that very strange, right? Now, I don't. I'm pretty sure this is preliminary. They haven't called it that yet. I didn't hear them call it that. I'm pretty sure this is a preliminary workup. Um, but they need to do additional screening. And I just hate to segue. I'm not segueing this into Trump, but something else just hit my radar. I wasn't minding my own business, and I saw where Pam Esquire was talking about a case that we um, are also following, or I am at least, the one with that lady that left the kids in that nasty ass house in Detroit. Her ass is on the record too. So I'm gonna play that footage next, right? But well, I can be here with y'all for a minute. I can get this content in and out. Um, Let me get this down. But yeah, y'all. Here is this hearing. Okay. even do my topics. I don't need to do no topics now. Shit. Hold on.
Calling People versus Kelli Bryant, case number 250216FY.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kanika Ferentz on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Cecilia Carantago up here on behalf and with Kelli Bryant. She is present from the Oakland County Jail on Zoom, and we have no objection to Zoom, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Kelli Bryant.
Thank you. This is the time and date set that the court scheduled for defendant's motion to modify the bond and for a reasonable bond. Ms. Carandongo, you did submit a supplemental pleading. And just to clarify, it references a letter to the court. There was only one letter that you submitted, correct?
Your Honor, this morning, so I obtained a letter from a community support that was sent in a separate email to the court, not into the court file. And then there was also a letter in regards to the medical condition that my client has that was set separate. So there should be one handwritten. Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right. Yep. Okay.
Ms. Ferenczi,
there was just the one.
Ms. Ferenczi, you received those as well?
Yes, Your Honor, I received all those documents this morning.
All right. At this point, the court is prepared to review the items that I had mentioned on the prior date, which were those things that I will address or attempt to address, the factors to determine which pretrial release option is appropriate and under what terms and conditions. I had indicated on the prior date, I'm looking at the defendant's, if any, prior criminal record, any record of appearance or non-appearance, any history of substance abuse, mental condition, the seriousness of the offense charged, the employment history, any financial history as it relates to ability to post bail, the availability of a responsible member or members of the community who would vouch for and monitor the defendant, any facts showing community ties, family relationships, also the length of residence, and any other factors bearing on the risk of appearance or danger to the public. Ms. Kirandongo, anything you wanted to add that the court did not already have at arraignment?
Well, at arraignment, I think pretrial services verified Ms. Bryant's information, but quite frankly, I mean, many of the things that were put in the motion and the supplement were that was added information. I think the court was somewhat concerned about being able to verify the information. I attempted to do that. In the supplement I submitted to the court, I listed all of those factors that the court just mentioned on the record, and listed, I guess what's favorable to my client and what's not, and also how that information was verified. So if the court would like me to, I can go through, those factors, again, as I had mentioned before, both at arraignment and I think also in the first written motion and then in my supplement. I think for Ms. Bryant, we all know the court can't deny bond, so I think everybody's agreeing with that. And then it comes down to whether, essentially a cash bond is appropriate at all, or if it should be a recognizance bond with some type of conditions. And I know the people, will argue that it should be a cash bond. My position is that the only time that the court could do a cash bond is if the court finds either that she's a flight risk or that she poses a danger to the community at large. If the court would like me to, I can go through all the factors that I mentioned and
Let me interrupt you, Ms. Kirandongo, because one of the main things that was of concern at arraignment was the lack of a stable address for Ms. Bryant. That was one of the things that was the focus of the arraigning judge.
That's correct, Your Honor. And Ms. Bryant has a stable residence. She had a stable residence before that, her arrest as well. Now, of course, there's additional concerns because of the publicity that this particular case has received. So Ms. Bryant would not, and I did provide also, I think prior to the last court hearing, the court with the address, and I indicated also who resides at that address for the court. I'm very concerned about putting any of that on the record, given, you know, the kind of posture of this case, but that is with a family member who has also lifelong ties to the community. So Ms. Bryant does have a stable residence to go to. I have also spoken, you know, to other family members, and I spoke to the person who provided a letter to the court, who is also a pillar of the community. Every one of them are willing to, you know, to supervise and I shouldn't say, you know, vouch, but make sure that Ms. Bryant gets to court. And I think, you know, a tether could also assure all of that. The court would be aware 24/7 where Ms. Bryant is. So you know, she was not transient. I know the previous judge, you know, made some statements that Ms. Bryant was transient. She was absolutely not transient. She was staying at a residence and had stayed there for quite some time. That is not a residence given the, you know, circumstances as they are right now that she would be returning to, and that is mainly due, you know, to the amount of publicity that this case has received. So of course now, you know, there's new concerns, but she absolutely does have, you know, a residence to return to, and I don't believe she was ever transient, Your Honor.
All right.
And I don't think there was any evidence of that either, quite frankly.
All right. As to residents, Ms. Ferenczi, is there any comment?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to address residency, and then because I only received the supplemental motion this morning, I would like to respond to much of what was documented in that motion, Your Honor.
Okay.
But in regards to residents, what the people find troubling is that the individual that the defendant is being asked to be released to and reside with isn't the one that wrote the letter. That individual is not vouching for her, and I don't believe that that individual has appeared in court and is willing to provide that voucher to the court. That is a concern, and it actually speaks to the high level of instability for Ms. Bryant. A lot of the statements about her transient nature is in conflict with what she told police when she was interviewed. So I do find it troubling when the information is, at times it feels like it's self-serving for Ms. Bryant. I'm happy to address the other issues though, Your Honor, in the supplemental motion.
Your Honor, may I address that particular point that Ms. Ferenczi is making? So I will just tell the court, as an officer of the court, I've spoken to many of Ms. Bryant's family members. And here's the reality of things. The children, you know, I think everybody has now known where the children are. And so the children are with family. And so it becomes a very difficult balance as far as, you know, supporting, sending letters. I had conversations with the individual whose address, you know, was offered as a residence, and that individual wanted to talk to Ms. Bryant too. There are issues with setting up, you know, phone accounts for the Oakland County Jail and actually establishing that communication, to be frank with the court. I spoke to that individual about a letter when she spoke to me, and again, this is, you know, as an officer of the court, when she spoke to me, she was absolutely willing to provide that letter, but there was also just a very short amount of time in which to accomplish that, and she had requested to speak with Ms. Bryant first on the phone. And it's my understanding that there was no previous, you know, account set up for that, and there was 2 days to do it. So that's the reality of it. So it has nothing to do with the person not being willing to vouch for her. That person indicated to me that she absolutely would supervise Ms. Bryant and make sure, you know, that she comes to court. But again, and I think that's the concern for the court, is that the court would like someone to say they're going to make sure she comes. And that brings me to some other things I put in my motion, which I don't think the people are disputing, that this young lady,
let me stop you for a moment, because on the issue of where she will be staying, the court needs to be convinced that this is a stable residence if there are any modifications to the bond where there's a potential that she could be released. I understand the nature of people being hesitant to come forward given the amount of publicity, but the court has to be convinced that Ms. Bryant would return to court and also that she will not be a danger. So go ahead, Ms. Kirindongo.
Yes, so in regards to the return to court, Your Honor, which goes to the flight risk portion of, the bond factors that the court can consider, Ms. Bryant has no criminal history. So there's no history of her, appearing or not appearing in court at all, which means she has no history of failing to appear. She, and this information was verified by pretrial services. In addition to that, Ms. Bryant, and this is in the police report, so I don't think this is something that will be disputed by the people. Ms. Bryant, when she was contacted, so she was contacted by the Sheriff's Department and the officer in charge of this case in regards to this case once the children had been located, and she paid for a Lyft ride to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office to turn herself in to talk to the officers. I've been in practice for a number of years now, and I don't think I've ever had a client who actually paid for a share ride to go turn themselves into the Oakland County Jail, and she did that.
So it might
After
be simpler.
that,
It might be simpler if I go through the issues that I don't believe are in dispute. One, the fact that Ms. Bryant turned herself in after being contacted. I don't believe that that is in dispute.
it's not, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor. The only issue that I would argue that is in dispute, her ability to cooperate with law enforcement.
Understood. Let me finish
ensure-
going through the items that I'm looking at. There is not a prior criminal record.
We do not dispute that.
All right. There is no record of prior non-appearance or flight to avoid prosecution.
That's understood, yes.
Okay. So the issues that the court needs to hear about are, and the court is already aware of the seriousness of the offense charged, and that is certainly something the court will be taking into consideration in modifying any bond. But we have not heard regarding the employment status, financial history as it relates to an ability to post, ties to the community, ties to family members, and the residency is still an issue. So Ms. Kirindongo, if you can address those matters.
Yes, Your Honor. So in regards to the personal circumstances, which I think addresses many of those issues, Ms. Bryant does have a mental health diagnosis. This is reflected in the police report. And I'll tell the court I did submit a subpoena for her records for CNS, which I noted in my supplement that that's where she was going. I gave the court the name of her case manager for treatment too. It's not enough time to get those records, but this was noted. I also believe it might have been noted in the pretrial services report.
It is
right now. I believe so, and that information was verified, I believe, by her father. So she wasn't receiving any medications, but she was receiving treatment. In regards to her physical health, which is one of the other considerations, I did provide the court with a letter that indicates a medical diagnosis for which she's supposed to be receiving infusions. The jail can't accommodate that. Ms. Bryant also was scheduled to have surgery, which that time has passed, but she has issues with which could be internal bleeding that was supposed to be addressed via surgery, and she hasn't been able to have that surgery. I again submitted a subpoena for those records. It's just simply not enough time for St. Joe's, but I did provide as much information as I could to the court on that. Ms. Bryant also, she is a lifelong resident of the city of Pontiac, which that was verified, I believe, by pretrial services. I also believe that the community support letter that I provided to the court indicates that that person is a resident of the city of Pontiac and has known Ms. Bryant since she was 14 years old. Also, her information in regards to being a Pontiac resident was verified by her father through pretrial services. I don't think there's a dispute that Ms. Bryant has lived in the city of Pontiac her whole life. She went to school in the city of Pontiac, and she's never left the city of Pontiac. So that indicates that she has strong ties to the community. I also believe that both the community support letter and also pretrial services, as well as information in the police report, indicate that she has family in the area. Her parents are here. I also indicated to the court that she has siblings in the city of Pontiac. She again has community support, which is not family, but family, longtime family friend, who appears to be an upstanding member of the local community, who provided a letter to the court indicating that she was in support of Ms. Bryant. So she absolutely has community support. Again, it's a very difficult situation. So when I say community support, I want everybody to understand that that shouldn't mean that, we should be worried about the children, because everybody has made the children a priority. So I just, want the court to know that. But Ms. Bryant absolutely does have a lot of support in the community. In regards to substance abuse, there's no history of substance abuse for Ms. Bryant that I'm aware. It was not noted in any of the reports, and she has not indicated to me that she had a history of substance abuse or substance use. Even marijuana or alcohol. So I don't think that is something that should be of concern to the court. But again, if it was, the court could order her into testing to ensure that she's not using any illegal substances. That's a pretty standard condition of bond. Ms. Bryant also submitted, in regards to income, pretrial services report did note her past history of employment. I noted in my supplement that she was also, prior to her incarceration, she was employed. She was paid through the state of Michigan. I could not obtain that information because it's confidential information, and it was something that was shared with me a few days ago. So I was not able to obtain verification, but Ms. Bryant did inform me of who the person at the state of Michigan that was responsible for her was, and she provided me with that name. Unfortunately, it's a very common name within the Department of Health and Human Services, so I was not able to obtain specific information. She does have a pay stub. It's at the residence she was at. I made contact with the person who resides there. They were trying to locate the paperwork for me, but they were not able to locate it as of yesterday evening at 9 p.m. But she was employed, taking home about $800 a month. So that was what she was making at the time she became incarcerated. That amount of money a month would still make her indigent, which she's already been found to be, which goes to her ability to post a monetary bond. Oakland County appointed her an attorney because she didn't have the funds to hire one. So I think, but she did have employment, which is also something that ties her to the community. I just think her employment would not be enough, to post a monetary bail. I don't believe there's any family members that have funds. Like I said, they're all caring for the children, and that's financially stressful too. Nobody has money to post bond for her. At this time, I don't believe. The employment history, what was disclosed to pretrial services, was verified. Again, it appears that her father verified that information for pretrial services. Some of the other employment that she had was also, verified through the family court case. There was discussions about that. I'm not entirely sure if Ms. Ferenczi was on there when that took place, but it is also information that's been provided to the Department of Health and Human Services. The risk to the community, that's one of the factors the court must take into consideration as well. And again, the chance of her reappearing, I wanted to just address that briefly. The court could address that by placing her in a steel cuff tether that she can't remove from her leg. The court would be aware at all times where she is. If she failed to appear, the tether would indicate where she is. But again, Ms. Bryant turned herself in and actually was inquiring, and I think the people would agree as to the charges she was facing. She knew she was potentially facing serious charges. She's aware. I've met with her probably 10 times at this point. She knows what she's facing. I don't have any reason to believe she has nowhere else to go. So she's a Pontiac resident. She's been here her whole life, and I think if she wanted to flee the state or go somewhere, she'd have done that, already. already, I think,
So I'm
because
gonna
she was
allow-
again not apprehended.
So I'm going to allow the prosecutor to respond to what you have said so
Yes,
far, but
sorry.
I will change a couple of things or modify. You indicated that pretrial services had verified her employment. That's not what the report reflects. It reflects that the defendant reported she had been unemployed since August of 2024. No sources of, no sources of income were reported. Prior to that, she indicated where she had been working for about a month. So I realize that you are saying you have not had an opportunity to get all of that confirmation, but that you have been seeking it. Ms. Ferenczi?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as the court has already noted, the allegations and charges in this case are very serious. Defendant, as the court is well aware, is being charged with 3 counts of child abuse, first degree, and there is a very high likelihood of conviction. The people are happy to provide any facts or evidence if the court would like to hear it, and the initial guidelines call for significant jail time. Your Honor, as I already indicated, the people do not dispute that Ms. Bryant turned herself in and that she cooperated with law enforcement. As the court is also aware, that does not equate any sort of assurances that she will appear in court. In regards to the mental health diagnoses and that she was being treated by CNS, there's no proof of a diagnosis, nor were any dates provided to confirm that this is accurate. The people at this point do not believe the defendant is a reliable source of information. She has a history of concealing and deceiving. That is what we have here, Your Honor. And without any sort of proof, I do not believe that the court can use that as accurate information. In regards to defendant's physical health, again, there was no verification of this medical condition. What was provided was a treatment plan from the clinic at Oakland County Jail. And it seems like she is receiving that treatment that is necessary at the clinic. The clinic deems is necessary. There was an additional allegation that the defendant needed transfusions and a possible procedure, again, not supported by documentation. But Your Honor, regardless of that situation, I would be hard pressed not to address the reason why we're here today. The reason we're here today is because defendant did not provide her own children, the victims here, with basic medical care, basic needs for years. And this irony of her condition right now is not lost on me. And it seems like she can and is being treated appropriately at the clinic at the county jail. Your Honor, in regards to Ms. Bryant's employment history, again, no proof was provided about her employment status. And as the court has already highlighted, the information that was provided has not been confirmed even with pretrial services. So again, the people do have a concern that defendant is not a reliable source of information. What the people can confirm is that Ms. Bryant abandoned her children, or the victims in this case, in an unlivable residence where several rent payments lapsed. In regards to defendant's ties to the community and the support alleged in the supplemental motion, upon information and belief, the statements that Ms. Bryant had made to the police are quite the opposite regarding her level of support. Again, she has a history of deceiving those who were attempting to support her for years. And it is difficult for me to imagine that all of her beliefs about her alleged support systems have completely changed within 2 weeks of her being in custody. And honestly, it does feel self-serving, Your Honor. The letter that was provided to strengthen her community support argument was not, again, as the court has already heard, was not from the individual who she is requesting to be released to and reside with. That individual in the letter wants to remain anonymous. How is that considered a voucher or a support for the defendant? In the letter, the individual does not make any statements about how they intend to assist the defendant if she were released, and when the last time they even spoke. That individual also admits that the defendant lied about the victim's whereabouts. They also stated the defendant knew that this individual was there if she needed help, but defendant never reached out. This is all very troubling to the people, and it is telling about the serious instability of defendant's support and her willingness to rely on that support. No one is willing to vouch for the defendant. Your Honor, in regards to defendant's potential flight risk, the people do believe the defendant is a potential flight risk. with the level of local and national attention and her lack of community ties and stable housing. Most importantly, we believe that she does pose a danger to the community, specifically the victims who are members of the community, who she egregiously and intentionally neglected for years. And one other point the people want to address is the risk of reoffending. The people do believe the risk of reoffending is high here. Again, in her own statements to the police, while she was cooperating with law enforcement, defendant was not accepting or acknowledging what she did, which places a high risk of reoffending. And Your Honor, our request has always remained the same. We are requesting a high cash bail, no cash surety, no 10% provision, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kirindongo, this is your burden to modify the bond at this point. So any comments that are not repeating what you've already said, but anything else in conclusion to your argument?
I will try not to repeat myself, Your Honor. I just wanted to say that in regards to the bond amount or the kind of bond, quite frankly, the court would be much more assured of Ms. Bryant's appearance if the court was to do a surety bond, because it would involve potentially a bail bondsman who would also, in addition to any other supervision the court would order, would also be supervising her whereabouts. So actually asking for a cash only bond, I think on behalf of the people, for me, would be less of assurance of her, if that's what they're going to argue, of her appearing. A cash surety bond, on the other hand, would involve another party being a bail bondsman. That all being said, Your Honor, I think I provided a lot of specificities in the information that I provided to the court. Reality of it is that, you can't get this information in writing in 2 days. Nobody ever has that information when a person is being arraigned at, first arraignment date. And, again, given the level of attention this case has received, it's been difficult. The person signed their name to the letter, so the court knows who this person is. And I think everybody can appreciate, given the level of attention this case has received, why people don't want to show up on screen here with all the cameras and the news. And, I don't think that that's anything that would be abnormal. That being said, I think if the court was to follow the bond statute, again, Ms. Bryant's bond, I don't believe should be a cash bond. It should be a recognizance bond with conditions, which as I indicated, could include a steel cuff tether, pretrial supervision, mental health treatment, drug screens. And, all of those things would assure her reappearance and would also assure that the court knows where she is. So I'm asking based on that. And I think, in regards to reoffending, we know who the complaining witnesses were. I don't believe there's any risk of reoffending. The children, again, would not be in Ms. Bryant's care.
All right, thank you. At this point, the court did set this for a separate hearing in order to review whether there should be a modification of the bond. And as I indicated, the party seeking the modification had the burden of going forward with this. So the real question for the court is there a substantial reason to modify the original bond as set? Now, the purpose of the bond and pretrial release conditions are to ensure the defendant's return to court and also the protection of the public and alleged victims in the case. The purpose of the bond is certainly not to punish, even though this is an extremely high impact case. There is much interest in the outcome of this case and in the bond. But the law is very clear that with certain exceptions, a criminal defendant is entitled as a matter of constitutional right to have a reasonable bond or bail established for pretrial release. Cash bond is permissible if the defendant's appearance or the protection of the public cannot otherwise be assured. The court recognizes that this bond review hearing was set in a fairly short period of time, and some of the information that I requested, according to defense counsel, could not be provided within this time. I'll also note that the principal charges in this case are felonies, but not strictly assaulted crimes under the court rule. So At this point, I have reviewed all of the factors that the court is to take into consideration in determining the proper bail. The court has also reviewed the pretrial services report, and in that report, there was still a question as to the residence. However, for purposes of going forward, we will use the address that is listed on the complaint and also in the pretrial services report. In terms of the mental health concerns, the court will address that as a condition of bond. I am still not satisfied that the court can at this point say that there is a guarantee of a return to court. The defendant has not been a flight risk in the past. However, the potential penalty in this case is quite high given the nature of the charge. The protection of the public and the victims is also a concern, and I do share some of the concerns that were mentioned by the arraigning judge in terms of the defendant's potential to reach out to the alleged victims, the children in the case, to try to influence any testimony, and I'm going to deal with that issue. So I realize that there may be a need to do further review of the bond, but I do find that the court has an obligation to set a reasonable bond, and the current bond amounts to a denial of bond. So what I'm going to do is modify based on the information that we have that is verified. So I'm going to modify the bond in this case. I'm still requiring a cash bond for purposes of ensuring that the defendant returns to court to give further support to protection of the public and to prevent reoffending. But I'm going to reduce the bond to a $50,000 cash bond at this point with the following conditions. The defendant will be on pretrial services supervision. There's to be no alcohol or illegal drug use, no possession of a weapon, no assaultive conduct of any sort while this case is pending, no contact with any child under the age of 18, absolutely no contact with the alleged victims in this case. That means no contact at all, including no personal contact, phone calls, text messages, no reaching out to parties who have control of those children right now, no contact with them whatsoever. I am going to impose a home confinement electronic monitoring device. The defendant may not leave home except for medical emergencies, court appearances, court-ordered testing. And if employment can be verified, it is not verified at this point, then seeking and maintaining employment. But at this point, that has not been verified. So I don't want there to be any confusion in indicating that the defendant can go to and from work. We need verification first. Any other travel will require permission of the court. No return to the address of the alleged incident. No return to the address of the alleged victim. Any changes of address would have to be provided to the court within 24 hours. Those would be the modifications to the bond at this point. Any questions as to what the court is requiring? And I will note that Ms. Bryant, be aware that if you violate any condition of release, you would be subject to arrest without a warrant and may have your bond forfeited, revoked, new conditions imposed in addition to any other penalties if you are found in contempt of court. Any questions, Ms. Kirandongo, as to what the court is requiring?
Just a clarification, so that's still no surety?
Correct. Ms. Ferenczi, any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And if Ms. Kirandongo, as further information is received, I know you have subpoenaed some information, you can provide that to the court. The court is willing to do an individualized review later as well. And also, if I did not indicate, a mental health evaluation and following any treatment plans. as a condition of bond since mental health conditions were reported.
So she would be able to leave in order to get that accomplished, I'm guessing, correct, even though it's not a medical emergency. It would need to be a separate, I think, exception to the home confinement.
That would have to be something that pretrial services will be further involved in.
Thank you, Honor.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Ferenczi, any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. The next court date is scheduled for April 15th at 2 p.m. That will be on Zoom. If there is a need for some other review, I'm confident that the parties will raise that by motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interrupt this program with a special report from Local 4 News.
All right, Devin.
Ooh, honey. So, let me. What am I? I'm up here, y'all, but I gotta. Hold on. I don't like this. I really don't like this. But listen, so, the judge did lower her bond, but the judge made it a cash bond, right? With no surety. And the surety portion of it is the bail bond, right? So she doesn't have to pay, a percentage, whatever it is in that state. However, she would have to pay $50,000 to get out, child. I reckon she don't have $50,000 either. So they probably could have left it what it was originally, right? I don't know if she will start a GoFundMe or whatever. Well, let me start speaking on the people's pockets. I don't know what the lady have, but how her attorney was pushing for it to be surety on it. I'm guessing that she does not have 50 grand lying around to get bonded out, right? Give me 1 second. Yeah, I was seeing you say the other half. Like, I can't eat no whole burger. That's good. Ooh, sure appreciate it. That's why we keep you around, honey. Okay. So, um, I guess I can safely say without any, or maybe I'll probably get some background number, I guess. But I, because I know what goes into the legal work of a defense attorney, and I know that they have to sometimes come up with the impossible, right? But I know, and this is just my feeling, right? That they come up with bullshit, right? And I, because, and here's the thing, right? I'm not, of course, this is just what I think, right? Okay, you got a defendant who you know is probably guilty, right? So what you do, you go to, and this is in my opinion, this is what I would do. All right. So you go to plan B because plan A probably don't work. So you go to plan B. But with defense attorneys, especially ones that defend clients that are accused of high crimes, right? Meaning your murders, your drugs, things of that nature. To me, the practice gets watered down and gets muddy because you find yourself doing a bit of making shit up, a bit of lying, a bit. I don't know. Let's not call it lying, but getting creative. I don't like all that. I don't like to live like that. Well, I got to be lying and getting creative and doing this and doing that and whatever. But you almost are forced to take that position because you owe your client the best counsel possible, right? So if that is what you're doing, then that's what you signed up for. That's what you got to do. Wait a minute. Let me take a bite of this real quick. So that is what you're charged to do, right? I personally don't like living like that. All that lying and shit. I don't like that. That's just me. I know some of y'all probably wouldn't mind. I know definitely right here, some of y'all probably wouldn't mind. Y'all don't give a fuck. Lying is what you're all. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, sign me up. I know that's how y'all get out, but that's not me, right? That would never be for me. I can't do all that. It's too much, you know. But so in her case, I mean, she was almost caught dead to the right. You could probably call it getting caught dead to the right. She's not there. I guess they can prove she hasn't been there in 3 to 4 years. the children lived in that condition. The children haven't been to school. So, like, so of course, your obvious defenses are going to be, mental health. She's probably going to go down that route. Mental health. What else? That's about it that I can think of. Again, I'm a transactional lawyer. All of this, I never did that kind of smoke in the courtroom. I'm gonna litigate. I don't do none of that. Okay, I like it easy, peaceful and easy. That's how I like my life. Okay, I don't like all that bullshit, even when it comes to work, right? So, and to be honest, if I want something hard and complex and crazy and challenging and things of that nature, it has to be something I'm into. It can't be something, it can't be one of them jobs where oh my gosh, right? Because I had those jobs where I didn't want to get out of my bed to go to work. And then I've had jobs where I've cut my time off short to get back because, it was always something going down that I would, and I needed to be there to correct it or whatever, right? So, but yeah, but this is one of the cases that, yeah, I'm gonna have to follow. It's a state case. I'm pretty sure if the judge allows it, the cameras will be in the courtroom, and we get to uh, see what happens, right? Hopefully, I'll be able to get my hands on the paperwork. Let me check something real quick. Un momento, por favor, honey. Oh. One second. Trying to see if the indictment is just hanging around somewhere where I can actually just grab it real quick. I'm an old head. We had new heads do it too. They get trained by the old head, like they have the paperwork whenever possible. Because there's a question that comes up, and you trying to figure something out. You need what you need, right? All right, it's not easily coming up here, so. Place real quick. Yeah, but so now I mean I really can't say. I really can't say about that judge, and again without looking at the indictment, I don't know what she's being charged with, but if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to negligence, you don't really get the book thrown at you. You understand what I'm saying? That type of negligence, right? I mean, and that's bad enough. But and I can't recall. Um, I can't recall them saying, hearing what her possible penalty would be if found guilty. The severity, yeah, like I was saying, it's based on, well, right here it says severity of neglect. And I was trying to say, for that type of neglect, I'm not sure if it would be like what we think it should be. You understand what I'm saying? Just for us observing and not being in that state. We don't know what's on the paperwork, because that's what we need. So, they say first degree child abuse. It says it can range, it's punishable by imprisonment for life or any term of years. Second degree, um, punishable as a Class C felony with a maximum penalty of 10 years. Third degree child abuse, it says a maximum term of, it's a Class G felony with a maximum term of 2 years. And you have neglect, and then, neglect, it can be described as child neglect is defined as harm or threatened harm to a child's health or welfare by a parent, legal guardian, or another responsible person through neglect treatment, including failure to provide adequate food, clothing, shelter, or medical care. See, and that's neglect. And that's listed below third degree child abuse, which I told you is a maximum imprisonment of 2 years. So, um, mm, yeah, so I don't know. Y'all hear that glove? Y'all, when you hear that, I'm trying to grab me something, throw in my throat. Hold on. You got the cough, right? Do y'all think children of any age should unite a family or could unite a family? You can catch this question in the comments, honey. You decide to. Anyway, that's not here there. We can talk about that on relationship night. Anyway, so that is that. What else was on the list? My data stuff be piling up, and I really shouldn't let her do that. Okay, now gotta get the trunk. check this out. Our first item on our fact-checking watch list would be something that came out of his Trump's lying-ass lips. And I'll play it here. Every time I be thinking I'm going to do the right thing, I didn't even do my topics. So, where is... All right. This is what Trump says, and I don't believe it. I don't believe nothing he says, but this is what he said. On the avenue.
They're curbing inflation and saving taxpayers billions and billions of dollars every single day. And there's even under consideration a new concept where we give 20% of the Doge savings to American citizens and 20% goes to paying down debt, because the numbers are incredible, Elon. So many billions of dollars, billions, hundreds of billions. And we're thinking about giving 20% back to the American citizens and 20% down to pay back debt and pay down debt, which is, if you look at value, if it were a real estate balance sheet, the debt is tiny, but we still want to pay it down. Doesn't matter. We don't look at it as a piece of real estate. It's America. We're going to get it down through intelligence, hard work, and, as Elon said, a word called caring. You have to care. By doing this, Americans will tell us where there's waste. They'll be reporting it themselves. They participate in the process of saving money.
Bryant, I want to turn to you now. You know, we got back here in the States, we've gotten the money.
You heard him. He said that the money with Doge, he's talking about thinking about giving 20% back to Americans, and I guess the other he's going to save. So let's see if we get some more context with another clip. All right. I'm sorry, I should have separated my packs by my topics, honey.
Elon Musk is proposing potentially giving money to Americans based on what Doge is finding. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I love it. A 20% dividend, so to speak, for the money that we're saving by going after the waste and fraud and abuse and all of the other things that are happening. I think it's a great idea.
How much money do you think
Could be a lot. I mean, if it's 20%, we'd give back a lot of money to the taxpayer. And also it'd give an incentive for the taxpayer to go out and report things to us where we can save money.
Trump also speaking on the wasteful spending and alleged widespread fraud Doge has found. Listen to this.
We're also finding tremendous abuse, waste, and fraud in Social Security. Social Security is what's happening there is going to be one of the great potential scandals in history. On the program, there are over 4.7 million Social Security numbers from people from 100 years old to 109. Think of that. Now, over 100, there aren't a lot of people that make it. Hopefully, most of the people in this room will make it.
In an exclusive interview with Sean Hannity, Elon Musk explaining the importance of his cost-cutting actions at Doge.
I really want to emphasize to people that
this is a very important point. If we don't solve the deficit, there won't be money for medical care. There won't be money for Social Security. We either solve the deficit or all we'll be doing is paying debt.
Nobody's
So
ever,
it's got to be solved, or there's no medical care, there's no Social Security, there's no nothing. It's got to be solved. It's not optional. America will go bankrupt if this is not done. That's why I'm here.
it was important for people to understand he's doing a big job. He's doing a very thankless job. It's really a thankless job, but he's helping us to save our country. Our country was in serious trouble, and I had to get the best guy.
And the administration's money moves don't stop there. So just yesterday, the president signed an executive order ending all federal taxpayer benefits to illegal immigrants, directing federal departments and agencies to identify and stop these funding efforts. Meanwhile, at the Department of Defense, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is ordering the Pentagon to make plans for major budget cuts of their own. Hegseth wants to cut 8% from the defense budget every year for the next 5 years. Maria?
All right, Brooke, a lot of information there. Thank you so much, Brooke Singman. And let me just say that the Committee for a Responsible Budget says these three major trust funds face looming insolvency. Social Security going to go insolvent by 2033, Medicare hospital insurance going insolvency by 2036, and the highways by 2028. Mehek Cook, your reaction.
Look, what an amazing time to be alive. Every single promise that was made by President Trump, he's delivering on. And we have to start celebrating DOGE. I think the people that are pushing back are the ones that are increasing fraud, waste, and abuse.
Oh, yeah.
There is so much at stake today. We are close to bankruptcy, Maria, $37 trillion. And Elon Musk and President Trump, I believe, will be the first president in the last 25 years through President Trump that will finally balance a budget. This is
You know what? Listen, I don't care. I don't care. Listen, because I believe in this atmosphere, in this arena, y'all have made it so where anything and everything goddamn goes. So, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. Now, in my real everyday life, I don't walk around with a shit taped to my head and stamped on my back and say, I told you. I was right. Hello, I said it. I did it right, blah, blah, blah. That's not me, right? That ain't me. Nope. As a matter of fact, people would be shocked at my behavior. Okay, since, dealing with this shit, right? But you ain't bragging when it's facts. Something told me that this was all about the goddamn budget. And now, as the days go on, that's all they're talking about. Because at first, they came in, trying to make like the areas that they were concentrating on, that they were touching, that they were destroying, that it was all about that particular program, that particular benefit, that particular department, that particular area. It ain't had nothing to do with that. They're trying to bounce the goddamn budget. They're trying to balance a goddamn budget. Oh, let me look something up real quick. Okay, so I told y'all back in the day, the last time the budget was balanced. I told you this the other day. I was just making sure that was balanced. It was by my boy, my man with the plan and the saxophone, old Bill Clinton, in 2001. He had a surplus, I told y'all the other day, from 98 to 2001. Okay? Trump is so consumed with being better than everybody else. And he's trying to do that in several different ways. One, with the shit you see he's doing today, right? With all this bullshit he's doing, right? Lying and shit. Lying to justify. But he's also putting down former presidents as if they were the worst president ever. You got to be fucking kidding me. You know, with well, I can say with I can't say with most of us, but pretty much with everybody, right? You are judged by both your personal and your professional resume. When I say personal, I mean your character, integrity, your whole ethics self, right? And you know what I mean by professional. He's the worst. Trump, I mean, is the worst in both categories. And his professional record validates his personal behavior because with a lot of the moves he makes when it comes to politics is based off one's own ethics, their beliefs, and things of that nature, right? When you are trying to solve the homelessness problem and hunger and making sure, veterans are taken care of and things of that nature, that comes from one's own personal beliefs, their feelings. And it just plays out on the what? On the professional side. We now know this man is corrupt on both sides. He's morally corrupt and professionally he's corrupt. He has no clue. And my fear is that so he's listening to the chatter, right? He knows that he got a great deal of hate out here, right? So I'm thinking he's gonna say things like, "Yeah, I'm trying to think about giving y'all 20%. Oh, I'm gonna do this, whatever," lying and shit in an effort to get those numbers going back in his favor, right? With that, favorable vote, right? So we'll start clowning and acting a fool because they know, especially the black folks, all you got to do is say, "I got $1 for you," and we'll shut up. Hopefully, that's not the case. You understand what I'm saying? Remember the several lives ago, I had some idiot come in here talking about, "Yeah, they give you a check." You damn right. You give me a check, yeah, I'm gonna take it. I ain't gonna shut up. No. Weren't raised like that. And when it comes to my personal picks on how to live, I don't choose to live like that. So no. Mm-mm. That has one thing has nothing to do with the other. Just because you have an example of black people that can be bought and black people that, switch the game up like they motherfucking up the bat. Hey, that's them. Don't put me in categories with people. I hate that. I don't know how many times I almost showed my ass when it came to people putting me in groups and claiming me to be in groups and shit. I done stood on necks. So clear that up. And obviously I was right. So no. They ain't how I live, baby. That isn't So we on Trump and I could talk about this corrupt fool. What's next? I got a bunch of reading to do tonight, so because I wanted to do the other thing I was adding on the list. I'm calling it checkup. And when it comes to the checkup, right, I'm pretty much going to be checking up on our progress, like where we are so far, right, with what's going on. Okay, it could be on the case, right, and it could most definitely be. It's going to most definitely be when it comes to politics, right? Now I'm gonna do the first one tonight. And it's gonna be our checkup. Okay. I ain't gotta look for it. I already got it ready. I already had it for this live. Right? Because knowing if other Americans are experiencing the same thing, which we know they are, but although they may be experiencing the same thing, it may affect them differently, right? And I just want to see, and that's not what I'm exactly doing tonight. I'm actually talking about like Trump's changes and how it affects America, as well as how his changes aligned with Project 2025, right? So want to do that as well. That's something I want to get started on the record, right? If you are a person that is heavy into research and solutions and things of that nature, then you understand where I'm coming from, right? You know that you want to have a starting point, and the starting point doesn't have to be all the way from the beginning. It could be wherever you start from. You have a starting point, and I just want to know how we either evolve or devolve, right, over time. Will it help or hurt? Now, here's the thing, right? I cannot say that every change this idiot will make will hurt us. I can't say that. So that's why it is good to, have a little chart or something. It could be a mental chart or it could be a physical chart or whatever, just to see what becomes of all of this shit. I firmly believe I know why he's doing all of this. Just want to know, will he achieve his goal? You understand what I'm saying? And I cannot do it without some type of checklist for this, right? Some type of timeline and things of that nature. And shout out to the people. There have been several people that I have spoken to offline or online about just certain things that I use that helps me when it comes to work or records keeping or solving problems and things of that nature. Because you might not believe this, but there are certain companies, and these are ones that are invested into forecasting and getting the answers and making sure they do the right thing or whatever. Because know this, a lot of, whether it be government or private sector, a lot of work and a lot of things that we see now came about because of forecasting and prediction and trying to figure, it out and come, a lot of these creations, right? Where you think a lot of these technologies and things of that nature come from. It comes from people thinking about how to make something better or how to address a need, how to solve a problem, whatever. That all comes from people either sitting as in a group, as in a think tank type of environment, or individuals, or specialists. Hello, that'd be me, or different people like that these companies hire, or sometimes they may have it in-house. And this is what they do. Sit there and figure this shit out, So when Ronnie Bose said that the government have people on the payroll that sit there and figure shit out, I was like, oh, Ronnie. But you know about that. He's absolutely right. He is absolutely right. It comes from, whether it be to study, the behavioral groups of people, trying to hypothesize over what would be an American need in 5 or 10 years. I mean, the list goes on. Things where you think it's stupid, there is an American business or sometimes a foreign business or the government that think is useful or it can be useful to them in the future. And you understand just by the nature of that very word, future, you should know that there is a lot of planning and forecasting and shit that goes on somewhere. That's why it is imperative for you to have more than one skill. Okay, in this little, I don't know if it's a course or whatever, but it is something I put together. It is copyright written in every goddamn thing, so don't even worry about it. But I'm not going to give you the goddamn name. But in this thing that I put together some years ago, that's something I address. Having more than one skill. I've seen where people learn the hard way about being pigeonholed and only knowing it, only knowing one thing to do. That got to be boring. Like, and then check this out right here. If ever your job needs somebody with some diversity, they can't call your ass. They had to get somebody else or a contract from without, outside. That's crazy. When you sitting right there, that's crazy to me. Hold on. I would want to take the initiative to learn something else. That's crazy. Well, let me move on. Let me see if they got it in the video form while I have to read all of this. That is so crazy. Okay. So I can read it. Now I'll put it up on the screen so I can give you something to look at. But yeah, we have to make sure we stay woke with this fool too. You understand what I'm saying? No, you're not into the type of shit. I get it. It may be too much for you, but if you're a person like me that don't like to read, but you still, want to know, there are a bunch of news channels, a bunch of social media channels all over the internet that have invested their time and they have the patience to go and do a deep dive into, what's going on with all of this, with Donald Trump and, what he's doing to this world. But a lot of these channels, a lot of these news stations, sometimes they could talk above your head, right? And I'm not calling nobody dumb and stupid, whatever. I'm just saying sometimes there may be some shit you're not familiar with. Then there's sometimes I've heard some shit I've listened to, like those for example, uh, like what is it, Fox Business or one of them type of channels that's geared to straight up and down business. Oh, some of that shit that'll be losing me. One, because they not talking to me, right? If you look at those channels or whatever, and the people that view those channels, those people are business men and women, pretty much strictly, that is heavily invested into stocks and shit like that, right? So they know the terminology. They know um, micro and macroeconomic. They know economic accounting, all that stuff. They know that shit like that. Okay, some of that shit I have to recall. Especially that new age shit. Hell. And it can get confusing, right? So hey. All right, let me get another bite. Hold on. One more bite. Oh, I know I'm getting to. Listen, y'all. I don't mind nobody sending me stuff or whatever, because I'm doing the right thing, right? But please let me know when it's old. Please let me know when it's old. Because a lot of you people are very swift with the damn phones and all them the technologies and shit like that. Y'all can do clips and all that type of shit, whatever. And it pretty much don't have any information on it. Let me tell you something. I'm old. I still don't know what the damn what you call them things is y'all be using, the filters and things of that nature. I don't know where not one filter on these goddamn phones, the new ones. None of them. All the old ones, to be honest. The filters I have used before, I did that on the computer. And now that I have my new equipment, I don't even know where those filters are. And trust me, I've been looking. But when y'all send me something, please let me know if it's old or new. Because I don't know. And if I don't go through Debo, meaning I get Debo notification, and I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't believe in all of that, whispering off line, but I don't even have nobody really to goddamn do all that with, right? My people ain't interested in no shit like that. Even the people that send you something or whatever, it's, we not on the line, on the phone talking and game planning and shit like that. That's not something we do, right? I don't hang with them type of people. I don't deal with those kind of motherfucking people, and thank God. But I do have people who look out for me, who want the best for me, who care about my motherfucking black ass. And that's why, some of you are more than friends to me. And let's just keep it on a buck, right? Just keep it in a buck. You know, I don't need you, but I want you. And you know me, I'm a little bit different. In some areas, my needs are more important or more greater than in value. I'm sorry, my wants, are more greater in value and more important than my needs. So, but and you always have to make sure you know who's with the shits. Okay? And I am a person that keeps the shits with the person that's keeping the shits with me, right? But it's done directly or indirectly or whatever. I'm not finna go back and forth with no motherfucking body no more. I ain't arguing. Nope, you ain't gonna get that. Here's the thing, right? You keep arguing back and forth with people, you keep doing all that kind of shit, whatever. Guess what happens? I know y'all expecting some big important answer, but guess what happens? Them motherfuckers end up on your goddamn status. I forgot about that. Because I'm so used to only dealing with, people and, and my, and I hate to say league levels and all that type of shit because that's rude. The people in my type of social groups, right? So if an argument breaks out, I'm arguing amongst people in my social groups. So we're not arguing about, what kind of car you driving, what kind of bag you're toting, how much money you got in the bank, if you have edges, stupid shit like that, right? If your coochie stank, uniquely made. Still, the last time she came up here, she was still falling out laughing about the coochie stank comment. Because she would be in one of my social groups and she know that's not that's not remember, I was taken aback by that. And the people that was in the chat at that point, y'all was cracking up. Cause I'm like, huh? We don't have those type of, I don't do them type of people. You got the ghetto ratchet ass people. Hood niggas, hood bitches, hoes, them type of people. They all in the same class to me. They have those type of arguments and talk about that type of shit. That ain't no. That ain't kind of shit we get down on. That's stupid. Right? But hey, there are the people that engage in those type of conversations and shit. And guess what happened? When you engage with people that have those type of conversations, that's what your argument is going to be consistent. Be talking about people's mamas and grandparents and children and shit like that. Right? the last time I heard some kind of argument by somebody's mama and all that type of shit, I was a child in the hood. Straight up and down. Yes, sir. How you just sent my text? What was the name of it? Trading what? Whatever. You told me. I wrote that the day you told me that. I'm live now, but you could. What day? It ain't no big deal, boy. What was the name of it? Trading. I know that. You know I'm unprofessional. Trading. Trading. But what they got to do with you sending me the videos and shit? I know I'm gonna need that to analyze it, but what they got to do with you sending me the videos to learn it? That's some bullshit. Boy, I'm talking about the trading that we were talking about. I'm just talking about a whole bunch of shit. I'm talking about, it's a multi-live. Shut the fuck up. All right, bye. Crazy. But yeah. So, but anyway, so that's not something people be, and I would reckon that it's like that with some of y'all too. You ain't arguing about silly shit like that. But if you be having a type of argument stuff like that, people will assume that that's the type of people you hang around. Your social group can look at you funny because they're saying them the kind of people you hang around. And that's, it'd be a blessing for you to be, on an island by yourself outside of a group and, yeah, it works in your favor. I don't know nobody. And y'all don't know me. That works. It always works. Told you I'm always winning. Even when I even know it. But straight up and down, if you know, you know. If you don't know, none of this makes sense to you. But you go ask somebody with status and shit like that, and they'll tell you exactly what I'm telling you. Go find somebody. Now I don't know who you're gonna find. Maybe you know somebody. But go ask somebody. And again, status does not mean you have money. It could mean, I told you, it could be somebody, it can be a broke joker on crack in jail. And they'll be able to get in some places that you can't get in. I'm telling you something I know. Okay? So you keep going back and forth and conversing with them type of people, whatever they'll think. People gonna think that that's the type of people in your group. Those are the type of people you hang around. Those are the type of people you do. And now you have people that may be whispering in the background about, well, damn, You be confusing somebody. How the hell she? Let me tell you, I have had a few occasions where, like, if I show up with my gang banging friends or something like that, right? Or if I'm on a, y'all know I like do three-way and all that type of stuff. If I have money, I'm on the phone, something like that, with somebody in one of them social groups that it's not like they aren't aware that I used to gangbang. It's just that they act as if I would be like them and no longer hang with them. Or you understand what I'm saying? And I'm very protective of them, and they ain't going nowhere. You know, so there are a couple of groups that I brought them around, right? Or they were at an event, that I had or something like that, right? Or that I was associated with. Other than that, I don't expose them to all of my groups. Like I exposed Yvette to majority of, you know, my groups, or at least she definitely know about them, right? And it's not that I am ashamed of them or anything like that. No, right? One, I'm not gonna put them in the predicament where they'll be judged because I will go off on somebody, and I don't know, when or if they'll pop off in a situation or what have you, right? You understand what I'm saying? But here's the thing that I noticed, right? I noticed that they, I'm talking about my gangbang friends, right? They'll, if they go somewhere with me or what have you, or they're in attendance somewhere, they will be quiet, sit down. They not won't really be themselves. They'll be on their best behavior. And I think they're like thinking like they don't want to embarrass me and stuff like that, whatever. So I rather not even put them in any of those type of predicaments or whatever. I'll always have a soft spot. I'm about to cry now. I bet, well, my big badass baby, when I tell you, I'll break down, child. But yeah, no, when it comes to how I feel about my friends and family and shit like that, and my families and my non, yes, I don't like people. I love my people though. If you keep saying it to yourself over and over again, you'll get what I'm trying to say. I told you I probably over love and care and whatever people. Okay? So I don't, but like my friend Tim or whatever, he'll make a little joke or what have you, because some of the shit, they do and say is funny, but they've been around Tim and what other group? They've been around another group, right? They've been around Cole and them. They've been around them. But normally, they're not really around like that, right? But I wouldn't care about being judged on hanging with them because they are some of the best people you ever want to be around. All right? You know me. You know the less problems I have out your motherfucking ass, the more I love you. I don't like problematic people. I don't treat it 1,000 times. I can't stand them motherfuckers. You know, but um, so anyway, like I was saying, but anytime you don't have to believe me ever. You can always go do your own fact checking and see if what I'm telling you ain't the truth. You go find somebody with goddamn status and ask them. You keep on um, dating a certain kind of person. You keep on hanging in a certain place. You keep on arguing and carrying on with certain type of people. They gonna judge you by the people. And then now they're gonna be looking at you crazy. Shit. I'm about to open up a service and saying, hey, if you need your status to get back clear, hell, I might be, hey, turn into one of them motherfuckers that clean your status. Shit. Hey, now you know how people clear your credit. Shit, I might be one of the people that clear your status. Shit. Trying to tell you. And the thing about it is, I was kind of born into it, right? And see, I have to watch what I say because it may come off. So I ain't trying to do all of that. Because, you know, people getting their feelings, honey. I have never understood how somebody getting their feelings about your life. How does that work? How do people tell you something happened in your life? People you just met that you ain't meet ever. I ain't never met none of you motherfuckers. And somehow, I don't know. Mm, 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 mm. And you know me, baby. I play more games a little bit. I'm going to let you think whatever you want to think. Whatever you want to look at, I don't give a damn. I'm going to let you keep it. Because, nobody affects my bottom line, right? And that it is what it is. But yeah, right? So, be good, right? And I don't have a desire to go back and forth with nobody about any motherfucking bullshit. But, and so, I've been good forever. But, on the occasion, I'll get something or whatever, or I have a flashback, and I'll go to flashing back, shit. But it is important to know that I only deal with or respond to, if I'm going to respond or whatever, whenever, to the person that's fucking with me. Sometimes there would be others that may, you know, accidentally, be incorporated, but it it's not even an accident. It's not even intentional. It's just how the story goes, you know. But if something don't have anything to do with you, then don't have it have anything to do with you, you know. Because then I start thinking, but damn, these people just want to have problems with me or whatever. Well, I don't That's not me. You have people, cause see, I'm not like, and just because that's the type of shit you do, just because you know some people come go after people just because their friends going after them, what have you. That's not me. I'm none of that. It wouldn't make me a good person, would it? And even if I have the opportunity to do some shit like that, I'm not signing up for that. No, unless I goddamn want to. So I assume people must want to sign up to be about bullshit. So that's what I'm saying. And if that's not the impression I should get, then just stay out of shit. That's my advice. But nobody asked me for my advice. I have never liked bullshit. I have probably gone against my better judgment and try to resolve bullshit, right? Before it gets, and that has backfired on me so many times. I don't even know why. Because when when you're dealing with people that's unstable, and being civilized and having a rational talk about, like, oh my God, like, could you not? That goes over they don't go over their head. They get it. They just rather, you know, continue with their unstableness, Well, I'm always, it's just like it's just like when you tell a story, right? The story might evolve by people, but the goddamn main subject may only involve one. I don't group people in. I'm an individual type person. Keep my shit single. I'm okay with that. I don't be dealing. I don't do all of that. That's just extra. It's extra for me. This might sound. I might be preaching to the choir because y'all do this, right? Y'all fuck with people that ain't fucking with you. I was going to say, why would I bother somebody that ain't fucking with me? That's not what I do. So, I always keep proof. You have people that are invested into starting shit with people and then getting others to start shit with people. Because think about it. Why would the person or people come back and tell you a lie or whatever? I see shit, I used to see shit all the time. Do you think I get on the line and get on the text and say, hey, such and such doing this, such and such about you, such and doing this? Hell no. If they life was in danger or some shit like that, that's something different. Other than that, hell no. And especially not on some, and then anybody can take something that's written in an abstract way, indirectly, whatever, and apply it to anybody they want to apply it to, whatever. Let me tell you something. I'm far ahead of the game. I know how the game is being played. I know that. And if them people are willing to pay me what I have been paid, to figure some shit out, you know I'm gonna be well ahead in advance of some regular routine ass niggas. I mean, come on, common sense. But when I tell you life is good, life is good. When you have every space lined up the way you live your life, meaning with good people inserted in every space, good situations inserted in every space, and even if the situation wasn't good, it ain't bad enough where you can't make it good, right? Or at least make it better. Where you have, even, I mean, all that grinning I did, them people calling from him, from this YouTube community, this sector. Look at God. Yeah. Shit. Huh? Uh-uh. Everything is right, honey. And we talking about grouping up, getting the money. What? Get money, bitch. Yes. Productive. Not online. Yes, like such talking about you shooting at you or all that old stupid shit. Nope. I call this about productivity, baby. You know? That's what I'm talking about. But yeah. I'm gonna tell y'all now. You have a bunch of people that have told you about the powers of prayer. I'm telling you, I lived it. I'm living it. The Lord done built an iron dome around me. You hear me? The iron dome. Go look that up. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. God is good, baby. I can't say what I want to say. All I can do is just think and laugh. Just cracks me up. Serious. Right? And you all should have a good time. joy in your goddamn life. Why, whether or not you own this mug or not. I don't see how Debo do it. I mean, he is invested in going back and forth with everybody. One man war. I mean, army. I see his title, and I'm like, oh, let me see what's going on. And then whoever he's talking about, and I go to the page. Sometimes I discover motherfucker talking about me. Like, wait a minute. I'm like, shit, Debo don't make me have to goddamn unsubscribe from your ass because shit. Hey, yeah. I feel like clueless. I didn't even know Miss Lily had a page, y'all. I didn't even know. Cause remember she used to be on other people's panels and chats and shit, right? I didn't even know. She got a page. I'm almost done. This burger is good. Listen. At first, food told me on that line that I'm gonna need, if I stood up there talking about go get the car whenever I want to, I'm gonna need a payday loan to get that damn truck out. Maybe I thought I was gonna hit the damn ground. That's what I'm talking about. There's definitely one to be around. You hear me? My friend circles will eat that up. Anybody with a sense of humor like that, I'm talking about all the time. Like, that fool had me laughing with his silly ass, baby. Had me cracking up. I like those type of people, though. I really do. And I like building relationships and then strengthening them, right? But you gotta do that with the right people. I mean, that's just the name of the game. You have to build those type of relationships with the right people. You've ever been in them situations where, and I've seen a lot of them, where your ass get with somebody, some goddamn dude and shit like this here, and you don't find out that his ass is the motherfucking son of Chucky until after 2 kids and shit. you know, that is building relationships with the wrong fucking people. You know, I'm not hard up for no goddamn push. Wait, are you serious? Right. But even if I didn't have a friend or anything like that, because I don't like drama and shit like that, I would still have the same principles when it comes to building relationships. I had somebody that sent me this clip with R. Kelly. Hold on, let me see. Singing to these girls or something. Hold on, I saw that. Hold on. It was on my website of the neighborhood talk. Okay. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. Y'all done sat up here. Or y'all will sit up here and listen to me. So let me get and throw you little Kelly in here. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Y'all, so this is let me take this off. All right, listen to this.
What's up?
How are you?
Great, I'm great. You ready?
Oh, you gonna sing to us? Okay.
We are ready.
We're ready.
Standing here looking in the mirror, saying damn to myself. I should have known the day would come. She would find somebody else. And all the things I took her through, shit, I shouldn't have lasted this long. Now I'm at this telephone booth, literally calling Tyrone when a woman said,
Hey.
matter how you big, no, it ain't nothing you can do about
Nothing
it.
you can do.
Da, 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 da.
Yay! Awesome.
Singing is a beautiful disease. That's incurable. That's not going to happen. Stop singing.
Right.
I don't care where I'm at. I'm alive. So I'm always singing. I'm always writing. I've written like 25 albums since I've been in here. So, and right now I'm just working on getting back to what it is God gave me my talent to do.
Right.
That's what I'm waiting on right now. That's what I'm working on right now, which is coming really good. So,
Well, that's awesome. That's
using
awesome.
patience. I'm using patience as a tactic right now. Said I know it is somebody's birthday tonight somewhere. I know one thing's for sure. I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes and go out and step the whole night through. I'm gonna, oh yeah. I'm gonna step you. Hello, I was called and told to sing happy birthday to somebody. What's up?
Yeah, that is on the neighborhood talking. I'll put the link. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can if it's longer. I don't want to shortchange it. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is these people's content. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to what is it? MAT with AFP. Oh shit. It's a longer clip. And here is the link. Okay. There you have it. I want to know what was said. I'm glad I see that it was a longer clip. Here you go.
This call is from a federal prison. You will not be charged for this call. This call is from
Robert Kelly.
This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, press 5. To block this call, you may begin speaking now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the king of R&B himself, aka Kels, aka the Pied Piper of R&B music. Give it up for R. Kelly. Hello.
Hello. Hello. I was called and told to sing happy birthday to somebody. What's up?
How are you?
Great. I'm great. You ready?
Oh, you're gonna sing to us? Okay.
We are ready.
We're ready.
Standing here looking in the mirror, saying damn to myself. I should have known the day would come. She would find somebody else. And all the things I took her through, shit, I shouldn't have lasted this long. Now I'm at this telephone booth, literally calling Tyrone when a woman said,
hey,
matter how you big, no, it ain't nothing you can do about it.
Nothing you can do.
Okay.
Da, 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 da.
Yay! That was awesome. My producer is a huge fan, and he has been driving us absolutely crazy since yesterday. So he just has one thing he has to say. You ready?
Don't chicken out now.
My mind's telling me no. King, go ahead and finish it off, man. I can't do it like you.
Hey, what's your name?
Man, my name is Quinn.
What did you do with all that money, man?
Okay, don't do that.
I'm saying, what did he do with all that money?
Don't do that.
I can't do it like you, brother. I can't do it like you. Man.
Oh, man, you ain't got to do it like me. It's all good. I appreciate the love. I appreciate you for knowing the words.
I know all of them. But I can't sing them in front of you.
All good.
Are you able to continue singing in there and doing what you do best?
Well, singing is a beautiful disease. That's uncurable. That's not going to happen. Stop singing.
Right.
I don't care where I'm at. I'm alive. So I'm always singing. I'm always writing. I've written like 25 albums since I've been in here. So, and right now I'm just working on getting out, getting back to what it is God gave me my talent to do.
Right.
That's what I'm waiting on right now. That's what I'm working on right now, which is coming really good. So,
well, that's awesome.
Patience. I'm using patience as a tactic right now.
Awesome. That is awesome. We hope that you continue that. I mean, we're all huge fans from childhood on up, and
definitely.
And you know, your voice is beautiful, and we are just. I mean, I have always been a fan and wanted to meet you. This is unfortunate that we're meeting this way. However, we're really honored, and we're happy to hear that you're doing good.
Good. Well, not unfortunate. This is a great thing with me because we're on the way to victory. You'll be a part of that, so it's all good.
That's right.
But I thank you guys. I thank you guys for continuing to believe, obviously, in me, and support my music, support who I am as an artist, and I really do appreciate that. I was shocked when they told me to even call you guys. I was, because I cling to love.
This call is from a federal prison.
Us too.
I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Well, us too. We were so honored. We're honored to have this call with you.
I'm honored to take it. I'm honored to call. Thank you.
I do have to also ask, are you eating that horrible food in there? What are you eating for food? What are you doing for your food?
Well, this may sound crazy, but I'm not going to sit here and say all of the food is horrible. You got commissary, you got, on good days you got good food, on some days you got bad food. It was like that at my grandmama's house, so it's what it is. I take everything for the positive. You go to the apple tree, I'm sure you're not going to pick the bad apples, so you pick the good apples and you eat them.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
That's the kind of person I've always been, is the kind of person I'm always going to be, no matter what predicament or what environment or what situation I'm in. So
right.
It's all good. That's all I can tell you guys, and it's going to be even better.
Yeah, well, that's awesome.
Can you grace us with one more song
before we leave you?
Let's see. Yeah. Said I know it is somebody's birthday tonight somewhere I know one thing for sure. I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes and go out and step the whole night through. I'm gonna, oh yeah. I'm gonna step you
Better
in the
say.
name of love, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
you so much. Thank you so much. We
All right,
truly
love you
appreciate
guys.
you.
Thank you.
So much. We truly appreciate it.
More than welcome. Congratulations to you guys for doing
Thank you so much.
pretty well appreciated around the world.
Y'all, we are still in shock. We just spoke with R&B legend R. Kelly. He came on our podcast to show us love. Some of you may hate him, others still love him. We are huge fans of his music. We are just two individuals that are able to separate the art from the artist, and we truly appreciate him coming on and giving us the appreciation and just supporting our movement with our podcast, giving a voice to the voiceless. So we are truly grateful.
Absolutely. And stay tuned every Sunday at 5 p.m. for our regular episodes.
We'll have the tea.
Okay, folks, listen. Y'all make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe to that channel. It's called Inmate Tea with AMP. Make sure y'all do that solid, because guess what? They brought that call to you guys and shared it. And I shared it. And I just I like seeing that, right? I know he's in a bad situation. I know some of you say he deserved to be where he is. Some of you say he deserved to be out, right? I say he deserved to be treated as a human being, right? Anybody, with the exception, okay, of murderers that just murder for no reason, and or people who do things to children. I know you say, and I'm not talking about exactly what he's saying, because I'm not saying he should be let out or whatever because of what they allege he did with children, but I'm talking like instant automatic shit, like little babies, um, elementary age children, and they, you know what I'm talking about, people who've done heinous, severe murders, torturing, rapes, things of that nature, right? Um, that type of shit. Okay, I think that those people deserve the worst. It torture to the elderly, to the disabled, the handicapped. All of that falls in the same line with me. Okay, so yeah. Although, of course, under the eyes of the law, I do view what they allege R. Kelly did as wrong. And if they were under 18, it was a crime that was committed against a minor, right? But you have to admit that as you get older, everything grows, as well as your mental, right? And while I'm saying that the law, scratch that, what I'm going to do is recognize, like the law does, and they do in some states, divide the age up, right? They may say, with some crimes, a crime committed against someone from 0 to, let me see, 6 years of age may receive a harsher crime than someone that had that was some child that was violated between the ages of 15 to 18. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say? I'm dividing it up as well. Okay, so just because of the very fact that of how our body grows and our mind grows, in my opinion, and it ain't really my opinion, I'm pretty sure there's science to support this. Any certain crimes done to or against someone that was from 0 to 6 years of age is probably going to feel different from someone 15 to 18. That's all I'm saying, right? So, um, but so I would put him in the boat with those that should be treated with a level of humanity, which the law says everybody, regardless of what you were accused of doing, should be treated with the same level of humanity, right? Okay, so I am kind of disagreeing. I'm not really disagreeing, but I'm not disagreeing with the law. I am saying I could go a step further and say, hey, if you did something to someone that was, a young child, that hey, I'm all for you being treated with the worst penalties, ever. So that's all I'm saying. All right, I want to change something. I want to go get to the Diddy stuff next, because let me take that off here. Hang on. Because okay, because it's a lot of reading. I want to get to it. Dancing shoes. All right, y'all. Diddy has received his second superseding indictment. Now, if you guys have been here for a while, or in the beginning, or somewhere in the middle, I told you how to count the indictment. So, and you could probably go through videos and find out how no, maybe you can't. I don't think it was labeled. Why would I label that? So I didn't label it. So if you know, you know. I'm moving on along. I don't have time for a bunch of explaining. I've already explained. Okay. So apparently yesterday, was it yesterday or maybe the day before? It was yesterday. Diddy's indictment was superseded. Okay. And let's see what happened. Okay. So this was written from the government. Let's see if I can get my eyes together. Okay. This says, Dear Judge Superman, the government respectfully submits this letter regarding the Superseding indictment S2 returned today in the above referenced case by a grand jury sitting in this district. The S2 indictment. The S2 indictment contains no new charged offenses, but includes additional allegations related to the racketeering conspiracy charge in count 1. Specifically, the S2 indictment contains additional allegations as to the means and methods of the racketeering enterprise related to forced labor. See S2 indictment 12I. The government expects to provide defense counsel with a supplemental enterprise letter related to these allegations by March 10, 2025. The government has already produced Rule 16 discovery associated with the S2 indictment and does not expect the S2 indictment to affect existing pretrial deadlines. The government respectfully requests that the defendant be arraigned on the S2 indictment at the conference scheduled for March 14th, 2025. Respectfully submitted, Matthew Podolowski. Okay. So they said that there are additional allegations related to the racketeering conspiracy charged in count 1. So, all I really need to do is read what? Count 1. They say got new allegations, child. So hold on, let me use the restroom real quick. I apologize. I've been drinking. Somebody got to tell me something, because I remember back in the day, right? I would drink, a healthy volume of water, right? And my urine would be like white, right? I mean, not white, but very clear. I've been drank a lot of water yesterday, drank a lot of water today. Then the situation. Give me a second. I'm gonna put something on for you. No, I'll be right back. Okay. Let's get into it. All right, so it's account one, right? All right, count one, racketeering conspiracy overview. For decades, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, the defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Sean Combs, the defendant, operated his business headquartered at various times in Manhattan and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, collectively the Combs Business. Corporate entities in the Combs businesses included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. Okay, I can skip through all of that. Oh no, I can't, I guess. Okay. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, Mulatto, aka the defendant, engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As a part of his pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in orchestrated performances of sexual activity with Combs and at times with Combs and male commercial sex workers. Oh, wait a minute. Participated in orchestrated performances of sexual activity with Combs and at times with Combs and male commercial sex workers. Wait a minute. Okay. Remember I told y'all that there were a round of those civil lawsuits that came out that had something to do with men, and one I think was with Lisa Bloom. Ooh, wait a minute. Let me not read nothing into this. Hold on now. At times, Combs and other acting at his direction made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs locations. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. Physical abuse by Sean Combs, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witness, and it extended. I got excited. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. On one occasion at the Los Angeles hotel in about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Subsequently, Combs, with the assistance of several close associates, paid hotel security staff $100,000 for the hotel surveillance footage of the assault. Sean Combs, the defendant, used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his acts of violence, abuse, and commercial sex. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors and other close associates, acted as Combs' intermediaries, and their conduct facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs business. What? Hold on, let me read that again. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors and other close associates, acted as Combs' intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs business. Still real funny. Okay. The Combs Enterprise. From at least in or about 2004 through in or about 2024, Sean Combs, the defendant, and others, known and unknown, were members and associates of a criminal organization, the Combs Enterprise or the Enterprise. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The Combs Enterprise, including its leadership, its members, and its associates, constituted an enterprise, as defined by Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1961-4, that is a group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. The Combs Enterprise consisted of Sean Combs, the defendant, entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, individuals employed by and associated with the Combs business, and others known and unknown. The Combs Enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members functioned as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of Combs Enterprise. The Combs Enterprise was engaged in and its activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. The Combs Enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Where's that key? At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, was the leader of the Combs Enterprise. Sean Combs, aka all those names, the defendant, and others, known and unknown, participated in unlawful and other activities related to the conduct of the Combs Enterprise affairs. These individuals included certain Combs business employees, such as members of Combs security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors, as well as other close associates of Combs. Okay. Purposes of the Combs Enterprise. The purposes of the Combs Enterprise include the following. A. Operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, including, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and marketing company. I don't have to read all of that. Let me drop down here. Preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of the Combs enterprise, including the power of its leader, Combs, through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, and verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. Fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, particularly those related to Combs' sexual gratification, including through the exploitation of women and the use of commercial sex workers. Enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics distribution, and other crimes, and concealing the commission of such acts. Securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, including through acts of violence and threats, and protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, and threats of retaliation against individuals who witness the crimes committed by members and associates of the enterprise. I read all that before. Let me see if I can get to the part where they. Okay, so I'm the conspiracy. Okay. Okay. And what the letter said? It said that thing let me try to do but includes additional allegations related to the racketeering conspiracy charge right here. Okay. I gotta save time. All right. The racketeering conspiracy from at least in or about 2004 through in or about 2024 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Sean Combs, the defendant, and others, known and unknown, being persons employed by and associated with the Combs enterprise described in paragraphs 6 through 12 of this indictment, an enterprise engaged in the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States, to wit, Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1962C, that is, to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, as that term is defined in Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1961(1) and 1961(5), consisting of multiple acts involving kidnapping, chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California Penal Code Section 207, kidnapping. California Penal Code Sections 21A and 664, attempt. California Penal Code Section 31, aiding and abetting. California Penal Code Section 182, conspiracy. New York Penal Law Section 135.20, kidnapping. New York Penal Law Section 110.00, attempt. New York Penal Law Section 20.00, aiding and abetting. And New York Penal Law Section 105.10, conspiracy. Multiple acts involving arson chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California Penal Code Section 451, arson. California Penal Code Sections 21A and 664, attempt. California Penal Code Section 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code Section 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts involving bribery chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California Penal Code Section 137A, bribery of a witness. California Penal Code Sections 21A and 664, attempt. California Penal Code Section 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code Section 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, relating to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 U.S.C. Sections 158.9 and 2, relating to forced labor. Multiple acts indictable under 18 U.S.C. Section 1591 and 2, relating to sex trafficking. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 U.S.C. Sections 24, 21, 24, 22, and 2, relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities, and multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including cocaine, oxycodone, alprazolam, 3,4-methylidoxymethamine, honey, or bromo 2,5 dimethylene, gamma hydroxybutyric acid, ketamine, cyclin. Ooh. That's that stuff. Remember, I was reading about the mushrooms. They're going to mushrooms. Lord, they're in there with mushrooms. I told you everybody doing mushrooms now, y'all. And methamine or something, I don't know, in violation of Title 21 U.S.C. Section 841A1, B1C, B1E, B2, and 846. Distribution and possession with intent to distribute and conspiracy to do the same. In Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2, aiding, abetting, and willfully causing. It was a part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed that a conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering activity in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise. Notice of special sentencing factor. From at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed to, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion, as described in Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1591 E2, and any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1591A1 and B1, Title 18 U.S.C. Code Section 1962D. Oh, that's it. This is count one. So apparently there's some change in what I read when it comes to count one. Now, usually I'll go back and take out the other indictments to see what the changes were, but you know, I ain't really feeling all that. Now, this team also had motion to dismiss count three, right? And the government wrote its opposition to that motion, right? That came in on 3-4. I didn't get a chance to get to that yesterday. Remember, I got on the phone here. And yesterday, the government also did its opposition to the defendant's motion to suppress. So it must be some evidence in there that they want suppressed. Okay? And remember, these are pre-trial motions, right? Right? So these are pre-trial motions. I should have got these some. Right. I drank all this damn water in hopes of seeing a clear situation. Yeah, so these are Rule 12, right? Rule 12 motions, pre-trial motion. They usually come in as Rule 12B. And as we've seen, New York, both the defense and the prosecutor and the judge are very wordy. I mean, they're very fucking detailed in their motions, their oppositions, and the judge in his response as well, right? And as I've told you, what motions are what you want each side. I'm sorry, take that back. Motions is what you want the judge to do. A pleading is what you want either side to do, right? So it's a request from the judge would be a motion. A request from either side would be a pleading. All together, they're all called filings, right? Okay. And you're familiar with this. All this is just a table of different authorities. And the authorities pretty much is telling the judge that based on these particular cases, which is some type of um, decisions or case laws or opinions or something, that he has the right to use, like you said at the top, Carpenter versus United States, he has the right to use that particular case law, that decision, to make a ruling in their favor based on that particular case, right? Okay, so I'll read some of this. All right. Preliminary statement. The government respectfully submits this opposition to the defendant's motion to suppress. In an attempt to suppress powerful electronic evidence of his guilt, the defendant makes two challenges to the search warrants authorizing evidence seizure. Neither challenge meets the demanding standard for suppression, and the motion should be denied without a hearing. The defendant first alleges that the government knowingly misled magistrate judge who authorized search warrants by submitting affidavits containing false statements and omissions. The only thing actually misleading, however, is the defendant's repeated emphasis on what the fact finder would wish to know, rather than on the well-established standard in the Second Circuit for evaluating intent. Oh boy. Okay, so when it comes to evaluating intent, what they are saying is that there are standards, right, that are applied when making decisions by the finder of fact, right? Fact finder of fact. Okay, so when we were going over the appeals pretty hard, right? Remember I was telling you about de novo and abuse of discretion and all of that, all those particular terms. Okay, those are standards, okay? When they apply a standard of de novo in the appellate court, that means that they're going to um, apply little to no deference to the lower courts, meaning they're just going to pretty much look at it and make a decision based upon what they, would actually do. Okay. So it's very important to know that in making most decisions, the trier of fact, would have to apply some sort of standard in order to be able to make a decision. Okay, so when it comes to the intent, that means that the prosecution has to be able to prove that the defendant knowingly committed the crime. Okay, so they have to show some type of behavior that suggests that. That's usually what is required. What is that? Let me check that real quick. One second. Okay. Okay. So anyway, for intent, there is a standard. So I don't know. I'm going to read a little further in, so 'cause I don't know what they are asking. What was okay? But normally, when I see something that says evaluating intent, then it tells me that they're probably asking the judge to apply some type of standard. Okay, so um, let me keep reading. It says the defendant only prevails on his motion to suppress where the court determines that material information was not included in a warrant affidavit and the material information was omitted due to the affiant's subjective intent to mislead or reckless disregard for the truth. Okay, so material means something that's important to the case, right? Something that proves something, something that proves um, um, that proves an allegation in the case. That's the best way to say it. Material means something important and something that can prove an allegation in the case. Okay, affiant is the person that signed a statement, swore to a statement. What other word, buzzword was in? And these are something that we've already gone over at some point. What else did I see? Okay. Says here he falls far short of the substantial preliminary showing required for both materiality and intent in order to justify further fact finding. The defendant's second challenge that he warrants are overbroad also failed. The defendant incorrectly argues that the warrants authorize the government to search everything in the defendant's cloud accounts, residences, and cell phones, ignoring the warrant's specific and detailed categories of highly relevant information and materials to be seized, each of which was amply supported by probable cause. And y'all know what probable cause is, right? probable cause is pretty much the reason or the reasonable inference that a crime was committed. So that's giving the authorities the authority to be able to issue a warrant, seize your property, stop you in traffic, things of that nature, right? So you guys are very familiar with probable cause. This alone dooms the defense over breath challenge. But even if the warrants did suffer some defect, which they do not, suppression would nonetheless be inappropriate because of the executing agent's objectively reasonably reliance on the warrants. Okay, we'll have to go over background. All right, let's. Okay, it said. We'll have to go over. Okay, so here's the list of the warrants. All right, and it says, with respect to each of these warrants, the magistrate judge who authorized the warrant necessarily found that the underlying affidavit articulated both probable cause that the defendant committed certain subject offenses and probable cause that the relevant premises, devices, and accounts will contain evidence of those offenses. Some of the subject offenses listed in the warrants included racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, travel or enticement to travel with intent to engage in illegal sexual conduct, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy to distribute or possess it with intent to distribute controlled substances. So let me start right here. So I kind of know what the defense is trying to do, right? Which is something that's customary, right? With that most defense team try, but they have been trying very hard to get rid of these pieces of evidence. They have been fighting tooth and nail, right? And I see why after reading what was listed on that particular warrant. Um, This said, wait a minute, probable cause and the relevant premises, devices, and accounts that would contain evidence of those offenses. And it said some of the subject offenses listed in the warrant included racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, travel enticement to travel, or intent to engage in illegal sexual conduct, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy to distribute. So that means that more than likely the discovery contains evidence of all those things, right? And discovery later turns into evidence. Some use evidence um, as the defining word for both discovery and evidence. Some use discovery all the way through from, start to finish. I like to separate them two and give it two different functions because in law school, depending on whatever law school you went to, or whoever, well, I can say the teacher, it has more to do with the teacher. They refer to evidence and discovery in, I don't want to say several different ways, but at several different times that would relate to different things, right? So they may consider the process because discovery has a a door that closed, right? The discovery door closed, meaning you're not supposed to be um, supplying any more discovery after a certain time, right? And of course, the judge is the one that keeps that clock, right? It deals with the time. Remember, I told you in the court, there's an imaginary clock that the judge controls, right? So you may Google and find that there's a time frame and this, and whatever, but that is totally incorrect because the judge ultimately has that clock and they operate it how they see fit, right? And they also do that thing that I told you about long before I had a channel called tolling, right? Because they were trying to figure out why was R. Kelly charged with all this old shit. And I told you guys that more than likely has something to do with the clock that was tolled, right? And there are several reasons it will toll a clock. Okay? And I've been over those reasons several times. One could be due to a procedure. Just say, and I'm not saying these are facts, but I'm just giving you an example. Like you have your appeal, right? And you have your habeas. If you file an application, just say if you file your appeals application, then that could extend the amount of time that you have to file your habeas petition. So that will require a pausing of a clock, that imaginary clock, okay, or extended. Okay, so and it is true that certain applications will pause the clock on another application. So that is, that is true. But I gave you just two different names of two applications that usually pause one another. But let me say, it may not be that particular actual application, but it's a lot of post-conviction petitions that pause one another. Let me say it like that, right? So you need to talk to an appellate appeals attorney about that. But anyway, so it says the defendant moves to suppress the evidence obtained pursuant to the iCloud warrant and the March 2024 warrants alleging the warrant affidavit. Together, the affidavits contain misstatements and omissions. The defendant further challenges the warrants as allegedly overbroad and insufficiently particularized. All right, it says the argument. It says the defendant has not met the high burden required for a Frank's hearing based on purported misstatements and affidavits. Oh, Lord, so they want a Frank's hearing. A Frank's hearing pretty much is a hearing to address the information, or rather the truth of the information that is contained in the warrant, right? And it also addresses any omissions or false statements that's in the warrants. Okay? It'll address if the information in there is misleading as well. However, it will not address if the information was misinterpreted, right, by an officer. Okay? So, when I say if the information, if anything was misinterpreted, right, just say, Well, I can use this as an example. I hate to use this, might be a bad example. I'm gonna use it. It comes to my mind. Um, with you know how Debo, always talking about, oh, they used a 5 minute clip, and and I got locked up and so on and so forth, and the tape was 10 minutes or whatever. That's actually a good example. So just say that the prosecutor didn't lie when they said, they felt like that office was being threatened, and the evidence they used to prove that was that 5 minute tape. Well, if they knew it was a 10-minute tape, they weren't necessarily obligated to submit that 10-minute tape. It was up to the defense to challenge that there was a 10-minute tape. They submitted, because it's the defense opportunity to challenge chain of custody, right? And which is what they did, right? Or you understand what I'm saying? So, but the prosecutor sent in the 5 minute tape. The 5 minute tape, they alleged, had evidence that supported their claim. The defense was a little bit smarter than that and said, hey, no, if you look at the entire tape, you'll see that it's more than what's in that little 5 minute soundbite or whatever, right? So that is so that is more or less a misinterpretation of the evidence. Now, you can make an argument, and I don't know if they did, but you can make an argument to say, but hey, if you knew about it, that could be fall up under, you omitted certain information with regards to that particular incident, that evidence. So, oh, that fits perfectly because with what we're talking about, because this was that was evidence, and we're talking about evidence. So, yeah. So that's what a Frank's hearing is. Let's keep reading. It says the Fourth Amendment. Okay, so wait a minute. Applicable law. Reviewing a magistrate's probable cause determination, the Fourth Amendment provides in relevant part that no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Okay. Now, the Fourth Amendment does deal with deal with search and seizures. What else does it deal with? It deals with privacy, right? Remember, I came up with the idea to attach the Fourth Amendment along with the Sixth Amendment when making a petition for Mr. Kelli, right? And we subsequently found a bunch of cases that have put the Fourth and the Sixth Amendment together. Okay, as Most of y'all probably have it in your memory bank. The amendments that deal with what? The rights of a defendant, right? Which is 4, 5, 6, 8, and 14, right? 4 deals with search and seizure and privacy. 5 deals with self-incrimination, double jeopardy, due process. 6 deals with the right to counsel, attorney-client privilege, work product. 8 deals with what is that? Excessive penalties and shit. You know, you cannot give someone a bond out of this world. You cannot, even when sentencing them, you cannot go um, above and beyond, without good cause or whatever. Yep. And you have the 14th, that's like a fair trial, right to counsel. Oh, right to confront your accusers. Yeah. So always remember, if y'all need your quick cheat sheet, and then we went over this before, but remember 4, 5, 6, 8, and 14. I didn't mean to do all of this, but it's just shit that's coming up, and we can get something out of it. Okay, the U.S. Constitution Amendment for probable cause is a flexible common sense standard case law, right? Um, Okay, so it says, right, you see that string of numbers, right? Y'all want to get into a full-blown teaching situation, right? So how to read that? We always skip over, right? So Texas versus Brown, right? So that is volume 460 U.S. So that means it's Supreme Court's law. Supreme Court is reported and recorded that Supreme Court, and it says 730, right? So that is the page, and then 742 is the page that addresses this particular concern, and then 1983, of course, is the year. So that would be a mouthful if I read it out every time. Okay, it'd be Texas versus Brown, volume, what is it, volume 460, United Supreme Court at 730, 742, and 1983. Okay. It says requiring a case-by-case analysis of the totality of the circumstances. See Illinois versus Gay, volume 462, United States Supreme Court, page 213, at 213, and then 230 at 1983. In considering a search warrant, the task of the issuing magistrate is simply to make a practical, common sense decision whether, given all the circumstances set forth in the affidavit, there is a fair probability that contraband or evidence of a crime will be found in a particular place. Right, so that's pretty much an explanation of probable cause, right? It says ID at 238. It says probable cause requires only a probability or a substantial chance of criminal activity, not an actual showing of criminal activity. Case law. It says the question is always whether all available facts viewed through the lens of common sense would make a reasonably prudent person think that a search would reveal contraband or evidence of a crime. But this one is Supreme Court. Let's go back up to this other one, right? Because it's a little different, all right? This one would read where it says 913, right here. This one would read volume 913, but it's the Federal Reporter, and it's the second series, and it's starting at page 1053, and the area that referenced this matter is at page 1062. And again, that's the second series, circuit in 1990. Okay, and then let's skip down. Okay, that was case law. It says that an innocent explanation may be consistent with the facts alleged does not negate probable cause. And there's no case law. It says a magistrate judge probable cause determination is afforded significant deference by reviewing courts. So look at that word again, deference. That I've said I don't know how long. All right. And again, that's just the amount of consideration they give to the lower court's decision on the matter that's before them. Because remember, when these cases are escalated up for review, the record goes along with it. What's contained in the records, everything that made the records in the lower court, motions, the transcripts, pretty much everything that was on the record. Okay. It says more case law. It says a court reviewing a challenge warrant must accord considerable deference to the probable cause determination of the issuing magistrate. And there's case law. A magistrate's finding of probable cause to believe that evidence of a crime would be found on a defendant's premises is entitled to substantial deference on appeal. So they're saying that the magistrate judge should receive a great amount of deference, meaning that his opinion should weigh more when making a determination. A lot about the law is based on weight, right? When it comes to prejudice, you'll see the word weight over and over again. If the prejudice outweighs the benefit, or the benefit outweighs the prejudice, or something like that, right? It's always something. It's always based on weight when they make these decisions. So let's see where we're going. I tell you, I got the worst headache. Hold on a minute. Let me get some. Okay. All right. Number 2 says alleged false statements and omissions in a search warrant affidavit. A search warrant affidavit is presumed reliable. Case law. In certain circumstances, however, a defendant may challenge the truthfulness of factual statements made in the affidavit and thereby undermine the validity of the warrant and the resultant search or seizure. Case law. Not every statement in a warrant affidavit must be true. Whoa. Case law. To invoke the Franks doctrine, the defendant must demonstrate that there were intentional misstatements or omissions in the search warrant affidavit and that those misstatements or omissions were material. Wow. You hear that? So like I said, Brian, they're not checking for misinterpretation, right? Which is the same thing as saying not everything has to be true in the search warrant. Okay? So if it was misinterpreted wrong, that's okay. And the part 2 of it says or omissions in a search warrant affidavit and that those misstatements or omissions were material, meaning that, and I'll tell you what material means, that it was something that proves an allegation in the case, and it was something, a piece of evidence, a piece of information that is important. It says a defendant must establish both components, intent and materiality, by a preponderance of the evidence. So that's a low standard. And it has to, the defendant must establish both components, intent or materiality. So most of these hearings, like the Frank's standards, most of these standards, like Frank's, have 2 and 3 prongs, right? And usually you have to establish the first prong in order to move on to the second. Meaning you have to establish the first fact in order to move on to the second. because the second prong is usually um, consequential, right? Meaning, based on the result of the first prong, you move on to the second one. But if you don't establish or prove the first prong, then there's, you stop there. We saw that play out in the response, and that response from even Banjing first came aboard, and she filed that motion for a new trial and motion to dismiss and a motion for a new trial, I believe. When she filed that, one of the tests, the standards that the government fought back with, and they were saying were it was two prong. I forgot which. I'm trying to think. That's I'm so flustered. I can't think of what particular standard it was, but they were saying that she did not satisfy. Mr. Kelly did not satisfy the first prong, so they didn't even get to the second prong. All right, so it says the Frank standard is a high one. Case law. It says to obtain a Frank's hearing, a defendant must make a substantial preliminary showing that a deliberate falsehood or statement made with reckless disregard for the truth was included in the warrant affidavit, and the statement was necessary to the judge's finding of probable cause. Case law. This burden is a heavy one, and such hearings are rare. Case law. It says the Second Circuit in 2023 describing the necessary burden as a heavy one that requires more than a mere conclusory showing. Case law. It says the Second District in New York, July 28, 2016. The burden to obtain a Frank's hearing is a very heavy one, and such hearings are exceedingly rare. Unsupported conclusory allegations of falsehood or material omission cannot support a Frank's challenge. Oh, wow. Case law. It says the challenger's attack on the affidavit must be more than conclusory and must be supported by more than a mere desire to cross-examine. Whoa. It says in reviewing a challenge to a warrant, alleged omissions are not subject to the same high level of scrutiny as misstatements. Case law. Because all storytelling involves an element of selectivity, it is not shocking that every affidavit will omit facts which, in retrospect, seem significant. Case law. It says an affiant cannot be expected to include in an affidavit every piece of information gathered in the course of an investigation. Case law. Thus, a practical matter, the affirmative inclusion of false information in an affidavit is more likely to present a question of impermissible official conduct than a failure to include a matter that might be construed as exculpatory. This is because allegations of omissions potentially opens officers to endless conjecture about investigative leads, fragments of information, or other matter that might, if included, have redounded to defendants' benefits. Okay, where did I stop at? But this is interesting. I don't wanna skip too much of this, but then I don't wanna read too much of it. So where did I stop? Six. I'm gonna get into that. Change my line again, y'all. Damn. I am sleeping. Baby, this day shift shit, y'all got me messed up. Motion to. Well, I'm even breaking down how to say the lines. Now you know I'm going too far. I'm going too far. Going too far. Let me get this Trump shit. Change my line. Oh, I did do some Trump. I did some Trump. What am I talking about? I have to change my life. I must have rehearsed. Oh, baby. Last I want to do that project 2025 because that is very interesting. But you know what? Y'all got me so nervous with doing certain things, honey. I'm so, cause oh my God, I don't know about making something out of nothing and nothing out of something, child. But I just say this shit, and I am a hospitable person. I'm a regular. I'm gonna be normal, and just because some of you motherfuckers aren't, don't y'all can't change me. I'm going to say this. Um, Something I know probably some folks will be upset that I said this. Some of the people that just fucks with me the long way. But you have to understand, I'm going to be me. And I could say that some people, not everybody, but some people are doing very well with their information, on their information stuff, right? You know, I can say that. So, do not beat me up. I ain't got time for that. I am grown, honey. But yeah, some people do well with their information. And then some people, I wish y'all you just leave it alone. Oh Lord, let me get off before I get in trouble. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself or someone else. Maybe tomorrow. Today a good day, tomorrow a better day, and baby, I'm gone.